So we're good? Okay. Oh boy.
We are good.
Speaking on the same conversation that we were just having, I was going to ask, how well do you all sleep in general? Like, do you sleep well?
No.
Do you wake up in the morning and you're refreshed? Do you sleep the whole night?
I medicate in order to sleep.
I wake up in the morning and feel refreshed 2 or 3 times a month, probably. And all the other times I feel like, it's the morning. I'd rather be dead. And then I try to go back to sleep. And then my alarm says, nope, you've got work, Josh. And up I go.
So, like, are you like a deep sleeper? Like, if some loud noise were like a thunderstorm were to go by, would you wake up or would you not?
I used to be a deeper sleeper than I am now. I think that because when I was younger, I think I would sleep through almost anything. Now, if the lights are off or on, or like just not set to the right thing, I'll wake up. Or if I get anxious in my sleep, I'll wake up.
That actually reminds me of that one Rune Lord session when I drove over to pick you up and you were asleep. And I was stalking through the house.
I don't remember this.
I do remember that. I do remember.
I remember I was outside. I was knocking on the door.
Oh,
the dogs were going wild in there, and I was like, "If he's in there, he's got to hear this. Like those dogs are super loud.
The little ones."
And it's not my house. It's not technically even your house. So I was like, I can't just go in.
I mean, you could have.
And I did, and I went like halfway up the steps, and I was like, I don't know if I should do this. And then I think I heard you getting up, and so I quickly went back down. I was like, okay, he'll get here eventually.
Yeah, I remember Jason was texting. I don't know if he was texting the group or if he was texting just me when this was happening, and I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not there, but
That's so funny.
maybe go inside. I don't know.
Oh man.
I feel like I'm a pretty deep sleeper. Like most of the time, I'll wake up in the morning and Sarah will be like, "Did you hear this?" And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea.
Yeah, I would say I'm a light sleeper because I hear sirens when like the police drive by, or I hear like thunderstorms in the middle of the night, and my cats are just walking on top of me all night too, so I'm a pretty light sleeper.
Yeah, I imagine if there was a cat on top of me, I'd probably wake up, but noises, I don't think they quite do it.
What about you, Brandon? How do you sleep, if ever?
Light sleeper. Yep. I stay up too late and then I feel like I get up too early.
That's interesting. What is is there an average bedtime that you have, or is it just like whenever?
Me?
Anybody.
Or just general? I usually go upstairs probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock, but I'll usually be playing on my Switch or phone or something, so I usually probably don't fall asleep till about midnight or after. And then I'm up for work.
Yeah, I'm basically the same on weekdays, and then the weekends, my life is anarchy.
Oh man. Anarchy is a word for it, for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it's sometimes willingly taken on, and other times, nope, just a consequence of my natural form of chaos. But I have friends in different time zones, and I have decided that those relationships are presently worth it to me still, so I sometimes will compromise on my sleep.
Yes, but do they compromise on their sleep to ever accommodate your time zone?
Yeah, it goes back and forth.
He tells himself that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I'd say, yeah, nope, I like sleep more than I like friendship, so...
Yeah.
That's why Sarah only has acquaintances.
Yep. That's why I have my brother and my cats.
Yeah, different people there, Sarah.
Well, according to Jason, he has no family, so it still
I
sounds
also-
like
yeah.
I also have
that
always
was-
had the problem. I love the night. I love everything about the nighttime. I like the way it looks. I like, just everything about it.
I feel like you liked, that was one thing that you at first you liked about Japan a lot because it was dark a lot, you said, but then I feel like at some point you were like, okay, this is too much.
it was during the winter, and I hadn't seen the sun for like months, and I wasn't being unreasonable about my sleep schedule there either. It was just like, no, during normal waking hours while you like go to work and stuff, you might miss the sun if you forgot to step outside for the day. And I remember thinking, that's pretty bad. I should probably, see the sun. That would be good.
I'd be fine with it.
But yeah, no, initially I really liked that. That was quite nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see if there was some way to like translate my lifestyle to a Pathfinder character. I'd be curious to see what my perception is, because I feel like I take much more than a -10 penalty when I'm asleep. But
speaking of perceptions and sleeping,
sleeping checks.
What? These are terrible.
Yeah.
These are all terrible segues. I hate.
No, that's the point. I love it.
I hate both of you.
I love it
Sounds
so much.
provided by Sirenscape.
It's segues provided by Jason.
And our quality content once again delivered by the whole crew. Thank you for listening if you're still here.
So last week, we started off at Nava's Tower. You guys were just entering that, kind of scoping out the place, seeing what was in there. There were a couple signs of some strange commotion. The front door had been pretty much broken off of its hinges, but for the most part, there wasn't a whole lot in the tower. You went floor by floor, finding a couple odd creatures here and there, but nothing terribly dangerous necessarily, until you got to the top floor where Nava herself was, and it didn't take long for you to put a couple pieces together and realize that she was essentially insane and in a very fragile state, and in the attempt to heal her, sort of triggered her insanity in a way that she lashed out, and a little bit of a combat broke out. But I feel like the most dangerous combatants in that combat were actually the two tables that kept trampling everyone, because I don't think Nava got a whole lot of offensive spells off. She was just buffing herself and then got grappled and whatnot. The fight luckily ended mostly peacefully, as Kieran had dimension doored to the bottom of the tower to grab the Skelter hide, and then dimension doored back up, and over a couple rounds was able to throw that over her to suppress her insanity long enough for you to then use your scrolls of restoration to fully heal her. And after enlisting her aid and the aid of her minions in the tower, you began to make your way back to Longshadow, and on the way there saw the aftermath of a battle. And in that battle, the survivors appeared to be Aubryn, Sirio, and then just some other nameless ranger. And you were talking to them, trying to get a gauge of what had happened, and you had decided to all head back to Longshadow and then maybe come back out the next day to bury the bodies. And as you had turned, I can't remember who it was, but some of you heard the sounds of a crossbow being pulled back, and the three of them actually attacked you while your backs were turned, and they ended up being doppelgangers, not the Sirio, Aubryn, and nameless Chernasardo Ranger guy that you all knew. And the battle there wasn't too terrible. They dealt a decent amount of damage because they were throwing fireballs left and right, chipping away at you, but by the end, you had managed to put them all down without too much of an issue. But that raised the question in your head of how they knew the information they knew, and what was the true fate of the Rangers. And it didn't take you very long to find out, as when you made it back to town, I think all of you pretty much decided to go to the pub, where you immediately found what you felt was the real, probably real Aubryn and Sirio and the other rangers that they had with them, all partying it up at the pub, telling stories, drinking, and so on. And the mayor was there as well. So the four of you kind of socialized with people. I think Gideon socialized mostly with Sirio, and Jessup was pretending to be wildly drunk with the mayor. And
I do love the perception, though, that we're out there risking our lives and we come back and everybody's just partying in the tavern.
I do like that as well.
Nice.
Well, it's Kieran, because you're walking around telling everybody that there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, that apparently happened.
And also, you guys seem to only come back to town after like midnight or something. You come back very late every day.
Yeah.
Apparently, the people in Longshadow don't sleep either.
No, they live more like the Joshes in the world, it seems.
Yeah.
They nap all
Longshadow,
during the day and wake up just to drink.
Longshadow is
what?
like the Vegas.
No, shut up. Don't talk like that. Don't call people out for no reason.
Longshadow is like the Vegas of Near Mathis.
Oh,
So.
yeah. There you go.
Yep. You guys all left the pub there, going to your individual rooms to rest, as you still have, according to my calendar, you had another 5 days left before the scheduled invasion. And nothing of import occurred during the night. Jessup stayed up with his keep watch spell, just in case something weird went on, but nobody noticed anything. Nothing weird went down. The next morning comes, and you all awake, refreshed, and ready to get back to whatever work you want to do on the town. I don't know if you had plans for what you wanted to do in this new day. You don't know if there are other doppelgangers around, or if those three were the only ones. You had suspicions that they were three specific people, because you didn't see any of the advisors with the mayor, but yeah. What would you like to do in the morning of the 27th of Gozran?
I think Jessup would, wake up and get his spells and everything ready, and then he would probably try to make his way to the mayor, and also to find Navi as well.
Nava,
yes.
Yes.
Yes, that one. Whoever that is.
Hey, look at me.
Listen, listen,
hey.
every
Hey,
time.
listen.
Okay, so Jessup is getting around and making his way to greet the mayor. What is the others' courses of actions?
Trying to see on the list of what things Kieran can even do to help prepare the town. And there's not
So I
much.
clarified that a little bit. I put in parentheses after each thing how many of those things could be done still.
Still,
So-
so whatever parentheses, we can still do militia drills 3 more times. Reinforcements.
Yeah, so city walls you can do up to 3 times. You failed on the one time you tried to do it, so you can still do it 3 times. I don't think failing on the check consumes a use, because it says you benefit up to 3 times.
Yeah.
Internal defenses you can do up to 3 times. Militia drills you can do up to 3 times. Reinforcements, you already did the rangers, but you have 3 groups of liberated slaves that you could make units out of. And then townsfolk readiness you can do twice. And there's a possibility that you could do other actions if you made a particularly strong case for it, but these are the ones that are the main choices.
Well, in that case, I don't even know what skills Kieran has. Not many.
Oh yeah, don't we have that hammer that we can use?
You do
building
have
hammer?
the mallet of building? Was it a hammer or a mallet?
Yeah, so depending, Jessup may use that mallet and then argue that we could get maybe 1.5 defense points of value using the hammer because it takes less time.
What are you doing with the hammer?
Oh, nothing yet, because I'm going to see the mayor.
Okay. I mean, there's a potential for that. You just have to tell me what it is that you're doing, because if all you're using it is to Because it's mainly used to like
Save
nails,
time.
spikes, pitons, wooden fences. So yeah, we can return to that.
It can create up to 100. So yeah, basically it just makes some things faster.
Yeah. So the ones in parentheses, we've used all of our uses.
No, the opposite.
Oh, that's how many uses we have
The
left.
parentheses is how many times you can do that again.
I
You had
see. Okay.
done townfolk readiness in the past, I think.
Yeah, I had. So I think I could swap with Gideon and do, or no. Reinforcements would be training freed slaves. That's what Gideon just did.
No, Gideon was going to do the militia drills. That's what he's been doing.
Okay. Kieran will work with the slaves.
Of course.
Nathuni! He knows how to talk to him.
He
Yep.
does.
This is really bad.
Get up, you pig dogs! Just like beats them. It's awful. It's awful.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yep.
But yeah, he would probably do that.
And how many
Okay.
actions can we begin doing a day? Or like 1 in the morning, 2 in the evening? Or what's the
No,
shake
so
up there?
blah, 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 blah. Each day PCs spend in Longshadow, they can perform up to 3 actions. These 3 actions represent the PC's ability to organize the town's laborers, artisans, militia members, etc. Each action requires the oversight of at least 1 PC. So the entire day you can collectively do 3 things.
Collectively, okay.
Yes.
Oh, collectively.
Yes.
So,
And you can aid other
Art?
people. It's just at least 1 person has to be there for each action.
Hursk could do some townsfolk readiness.
Okay, so each day PCs spend in Longshadow, they can perform up to 3 actions. The
Yes.
PCs as a group, not each individual PC can do up to 3 actions.
Correct. Otherwise, you'd be done with all of them in like 2 days.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so if Gideon does militia drills, Kieran can do reinforcements, and then Hursk can do townsfolk readiness, and then Jessup can talk to the mayor and Nava.
Yeah, and pending, I could always try to aid one of you guys too.
Yeah, why don't you aid whoever's just you wanted to help or has got the lowest or however you want to split that up.
So what was the 3 we're doing? I'm sorry.
So there's militia drills, which was Gideon.
Yeah.
And what was the
who
rule
is-
for that?
It is either intimidate or profession soldier.
Okay.
There's reinforcements, which is Kieran, and that is either a
Oratory or soldier.
oratory or soldier. And then townsfolk readiness, which is Hursk, and that is either a diplomacy, heal, or soldier.
And I was going to heal. He's going to teach him first aid.
Ooh, nice.
Do you have good first aid?
I mean, I have a 7.
Yep, DC 15.
It's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
My soldier's only an 8, so I've just been holding.
You Teach them how to do CPR to staying alive.
Yes.
Hello, Clarice.
Please
Spoilers.
die.
Okay. So we can just do those rolls since they'll be done real quick, and then we can go through with Jessup's thing.
Yeah, I guess Jessup would not probably needed, but he would aid. Probably. Let's see. Let's look at Jessup's character sheet here. I'm thinking Kieran with his perform oratory, but
So you can aid even though it's not the same check.
I don't know. Can I?
Each action requires the oversight of at least 1 PC who must succeed at the skill performing any of these actions. Yada, yada. Multiple PCs can oversee an action. Additional PCs beyond the first can use the aid another action. The PCs can perform a given action more than once in a day and gain its benefits, but each action has a maximum number. Blah, 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 blah. So it says using the aid another action. Strictly as raw, you have to use the same skill check when you aid another. That's the strictly rules as written.
So, and I'm assuming you're both using soldier, and then we have first aid or aid. Yeah, I mean, I guess in that case, I might as well try to help Gideon. More than likely, not going to pass because I have a 1 heal. So,
You mean
You mean Hursk?
yes.
You can take 10 to aid, right?
No.
Is that what we found you couldn't do, or was it specifically you can't take 10 to aid in spellcraft?
you can't take 10 to 8 is what we found out. If I remember correctly.
I don't
Yeah.
You can't take 10 to 8. Okay, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'll just try to take a roll
Unless Gideon wants to use intimidate instead of soldier.
Gideon?
We had done that in the past and decided not to do that again. I think.
Well, you decided that, not Jessup.
That's fair.
Yeah! Oh
intimidate.
yeah, got it anyway.
I guess you
Oh,
just
wait.
I love it. I love it. I have him doing the when he rolls his stuff, but it's a hard roll. I
Yeah.
love
Because
it.
I was gonna
It
say
works.
he already rolled it, but I could do the internal defenses because I didn't realize I have the same diplomacy as profession soldier. So we could have both rolled diplomacy.
Oh, well, I already rolled.
Well, he succeeded anyways. So
Okay.
yeah, we can do Gideon. You can make your roll for militia drills.
Boom.
23.
Crushed
That is
it.
a success.
Crushed it.
So
Roll
each
15 on
successful
the
check to
die.
train increases the town's defense points by 10. So let me edit this. Brings us to 127, and you can only do that 2 more times. Okay.
Correct.
Reinforcements. Make a
Okay.
roll for that.
Oh my gosh. Natural 3 for
13.
13. If only I had done the diplomacy one and then Jessup could have aided and I would have hit 15. That's trash.
Or Jessup
Yep.
would have just done it, and you could have aided.
That's also true.
You go to talk to some of the liberated individuals
You're hungover.
to well,
It's
what
probably
happens
true.
is you go to talk to them to try to convince them to form up a unit of their own, and there's just a little bit of confusion because they thought, because you were the one who told them that it wasn't a big deal before. It wasn't actually you, but they think that it was you who came before to tell them that it wasn't a big deal, and now the real you is coming to say that it is. So there's just a little bit of confusion, so you don't make too much headway there is
And
what happens.
Kieran's
And
probably
you're
talking in
hungover.
Draconic.
Yeah.
That too.
Well, he doesn't stay around long. He will
He's
do what he
embarrassed.
can, and if they don't really pay much attention to him, he's like, "Oh, forget about this," and he leaves.
The
Okay.
patience of Kieran is amazing.
Townsfolk readiness. So this is Hursk. You get a +2 because you do have Jessup aiding you,
Ha
which you needed.
ha!
Yeah.
Oh no!
13 plus 2 just hits the DC. So townsfolk readiness, each successful one grants you another 5, and you can do it twice. So let me edit that. You are at 131 defense points.
Yeah. So I'm assuming Jessup and Hursk are walking out from the house, and Jessup tells him where he's going to do, and Hursk explains that he's going to do teach him the Heimlich, and Jessup just give him a few pointers, and hey, don't forget to tell him this part. Okay.
I like it.
Okay. And so the hours are going as you're doing that, but Jessup, you're making your way to the town hall as most of this work is being done, and you get there pretty early in the morning, and you're just wanting to talk to the mayor, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they usher you up to his office, and you knock on the door, and you hear him telling you to come in, and you open the door and you walk in, and he's sitting at his desk. He's got his writing implement out, and he's kind of writing on some of the papers. You don't see any of his advisors in the room.
Suspicious. Yeah, Jessup will walk in. Oh, hey, Mayor. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. A bit of a headache, but it's nothing new. How are you today?
Oh, not too bad. Had a good night's rest. Making some headway here. I was gonna come and chat with you and your advisors to kind of give you an update. I don't see your crew.
Yes. I'll be honest. I'm not sure where they are. I knew they were gone last night when I was at the pub. I figured they just weren't in the mood for a big festivity, which was fine by me at the time. But I'll admit it's a bit odd for them to not show up in the morning for work. They've never missed a day.
Sure, that's weird. All three of them. Maybe they're planning a surprise or something. Hey,
Oh, I hope not.
well, yeah, maybe they're trying to figure a way to convince you about that well. Anywho,
It's a very important well.
It surely is, and once we've defended the town and defeated the Legion, we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail.
Fixing that well could very well be worth some defense points. Maybe at this point, it's such.
I got a hammer that can help you, maybe. So
there you go.
yeah.
Do it. Use the hammer to fix the well.
Yeah. So, actually, I wanted to like I said, speak with you and the advisors, but they're not here. I can go fetch them. Do you think they're back at the homesteads?
Oh, I've actually already sent messengers out to rouse them or find them or whatever it is. I sent someone off to Seneca's warehouses down there. She might be doing an inspection, who knows, and to Garrett's house and the chapel to try to get the priest, Solomon. My messengers haven't returned back, but I only sent them off like half an hour ago, but I'm sure they'll be back in a little bit here.
Okay, well, I can always stop back in and check up with you guys later. So, where's Navi?
Nava?
Yeah, that one. I don't know why I always do. Hold on. How do you spell Nava?
Navah.
See, how do I? Okay. How is Nava? Lord. Still
oh, yes. She actually came up just a little bit ago. I guess she traveled sometime through the night after getting all of her things around. She gave the guards a bit of a scare, I'll admit. I didn't think she was going to come immediately with the things that she came with, but I have been assured that they are safe, and we are currently in the process of finding a place to keep the owl bear thing.
Yes. Yeah. He is gentle. He's the best owl bear I've ever met. I can tell you that much.
Told?
I would tell you his name, but
that came back said otherwise. But
agree to disagree. Well, do you know where I can find Nava?
Yes. At this point, she's probably just finishing up with getting her pet there. I think she called him Hilmer. Getting him situated, and I think she was going to find a place for her robot as well. So you could probably find her by the stables, not just down the street a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can catch her, and I will stop back in later. We'll do a little bit more around Longshadow, and I'm sure we'll see each other again here shortly.
All right, sounds like a plan.
And Jessup leaves and goes to find Nava.
Yep. You leave the town hall and you go down the street a little bit to where the larger stables are, and you approach and you can see her at the front gate there. Looks like she's maybe paying for the I don't know, it's not rent. What do you call that when the cost to stable a creature?
Board.
The board? Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like she's just paying the stable hand there to take care of Hilmer, and she's got Robin, the clockwork mage, right next to her as well.
Oh, you probably have to do double pay for him.
Oh, yes, for Hilmer, you mean? Yes. I'm paying more than a normal horse. Yes, he is a bit of a handful.
He certainly is. When did you get in town?
A few hours ago. I once I got everything around, I made my way through the night. I figured you had impressed upon me how urgent the business was, so I figured that we should get here as soon as possible.
Did the mayor stress that to you as well?
He did mention that he was happy to see me, and he said that there was quite a bit of danger once I arrived, but I only spoke with him for a brief time. I was preoccupied making sure that Hilmer got someplace in town without something happening, if you know what I mean.
I certainly do. So, well, I got some more information I would like to share with you in a more private location about issues that we had about the, saboteurs in the area.
Yes. Is there a particular place that you wanted to go to talk?
Actually, yeah, we can meet up and who's the chick's warehouse again? The one of the advisor?
Seneca Volstadt.
Yeah, it's like, we can meet over at Seneca Volstadt's warehouse over there.
All right. That's okay. Yeah, we can meet there. Is there a time that you'd like to meet right now, or did you want to schedule something?
Whenever you have time, I guess the sooner the better.
I have time right now. That's fine. As if you don't mind Robin tagging along.
Oh, no, please, by all means. Hilma, too, if you'd like.
Oh, no, I think it would probably be best if he stays here for the time being.
You know best.
Well, very well. Lead the way.
So Jessup would just kind of do some small talk until we get to that location.
Okay. Yep. And it doesn't take too long to get there. So, like, if the stables are, like, right around here, then the warehouses are just over here. It's, again, just sort of down the street a little ways. It takes maybe a couple minutes to walk over there at this point. And Seneca has a couple warehouses over here. Do you want to just go to one in particular, or...
Sure, the big one, in the middle.
The big
Shape
one?
in an
Okay.
L. Yeah.
Make your way over there. All right. So
do we see anybody?
You see workers. Yep, there's a couple people that are carrying crates back and forth. You know that she was a shipping magnate, basically. So they're carrying crates from the warehouse to ships, and then from ships to the warehouse. It doesn't look like any ships are really coming and going, given the situation here, but it looks like there might be a couple people who are loading up ships just in case.
Yeah, Jessup will walk up just to a random worker and be like, "Oh, well, greetings there, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, good. Actually, looking for your boss. Do you know I can find her?"
I haven't seen her today. I think she's usually with the mayor.
Yeah, I just stopped over there. She must have just take a break or something like that. Does she have an office or something over here? I can go in. I got a message I got to drop off. Her eyes only.
She has an office, yes. I don't think she's in, though.
Oh, well, do you think I could just stop on in there quickly and drop this off?
He kind of looks around. He says, "Well, I can lead you there. It's probably best to have someone with you."
Sure.
So he kind of sets down the crate that he's carrying, and he motions to have you follow him. You enter the warehouse. He gives you a hard hat and some earplugs and a hairnet and all that stuff. And not a hairnet. It's not a food place. It's not a food place. You don't need a hairnet. But
That's a lot.
What type of
you have
shipment you got here?
a bright yellow reflective jacket to put on. All the PPE and such, steel toe boots. You know.
Hold on, guys.
And he leads you to a corner of the warehouse where there's a small, back room, basically, that is the office. And he opens the door, and you all go in, and there's nobody in there. And he says, "Yeah, like I thought, she's not in at the moment. If you needed to give her a letter, you can. Her desk is right over there."
Oh, sure. You kind of look around. Could I get a perception check to see, what does she have in her office?
Okay, yeah. Roll a perception check. This will be just like a passive as you're walking to the office and in the office and just in the general in the warehouse area.
Yeah.
17. And you were specifically looking for what you said?
I'm not sure. I guess, Jessup is completely under the impression that they were the doppelganger, so trying to see any sensitive information that would be pertinent for anything.
Okay. And the +5 is included in your roll, correct?
I would like to say no. Yes, it is.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the notes were included.
Fantastic 17. That is a nat 6.
So you're looking around the office. You don't see anything particularly of note in here. You see that it looks like the warehouse office here hasn't really probably been used in quite a while. There's a little bit of dust on some of the surfaces. And it looks like it's pretty quiet. The desk has some old papers on it, but not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, Jessup will take out his notebook and he will pretend to scribble a note and then just fold it up and just kind of leave it on the desk. So it's
okay.
Basically a blank piece of paper, but...
Okay. Yep. The guy there. He's just kind of waiting by the door, and he says, is that all? Will that be it?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I appreciate your time. Oh, here's your hard hat and boots and jacket.
Oh, you have to wear those on the way out as well.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay.
Don't want me to get hurt.
Yep. He begins to lead you back out, and you make it back to the entrance of the warehouse, and you give him back all of the protective gear and whatnot, and he just makes sure that everything is good before he goes back to continue his work.
I guess Jessup will try to go with Nava to a slightly more, I guess, secluded area, close to the warehouses, but just maybe away from people, earshot.
Yeah, and she kind of looks at you quizzically and be like, I thought we were coming to the warehouse to be in a secluded area.
Yeah.
Very confusing. I don't know exactly what your plan is here.
Neither do I. But here's the scoop here. So, when we first got to Longshadow, we had to try to convince the mayor with his 3 advisors that there was indeed a war coming to Longshadow. And it was hard fought, but we did convince the mayor, and we've been trying to do some preparations, as we mentioned. But as of late, there seemed to be the saboteurs. We had no idea what was going on, just that all of our work throughout the day was for naught, and we were actually, it felt like losing progress here. So when we were set out to find you, we were hoping maybe you could help us at all. But actually, right after we left your tower yesterday on the way back, we found a little battle with some of my fellow rangers that had passed, and a couple that were still alive. And come to find out, they were actually doppelgangers. And so we killed the 3. I think Jessup brought one of the bodies back. It probably just sitting in a chair in his farm, sitting there with a blanket over it. Why not? I don't know if you know much about them, but we did bring one of the bodies in case you needed to inspect it to remember or recollect anything about them. But coincidentally, there were 3 doppelgangers that we dispatched, and there were 3 advisors. And right now, the mayor's advisors are missing in action. And this here is one of the advisors' warehouses. So want to kind of take a scoop, look around, and kind of using you to give you some information, but also in case I ran into trouble. Sorry.
Interesting. Yes, doppelgangers. I'll admit they're not my area of expertise, so to speak. So I don't know a whole lot about them. I've heard some stories, though. That certainly is a problematic situation. I can keep that in mind and perhaps see about looking into that a little bit on my end, for what it's worth.
Yeah, so as far as we know, hopefully here, I guess my goal today was to go around and see what I can find. Originally, my thoughts were if the advisors were still here, to try to confine them into a room and just try to delay them, because I have my suspicions, so the rest could try to get to work and see if we made any progress today. If we made progress, we could either assume that it was the advisors, or maybe they're trying to lay low, but kind of plan went out the door when we found out last night that the advisors aren't here anymore.
Right. So you think that the owner of that warehouse could potentially have been one of these doppelgangers?
I mean, everything seems to line up for it. I'm not saying for certain, but, there was the 3 advisors, there was 3 doppelgangers. The advisors, first off, were trying to impede our progress, convincing the mayor that there was trouble. But, and now they're no longer to be found, and the mayor said that they've been basically attached to his hip for the past few, I think he said weeks or months.
Right. Well, that certainly is suspicious.
Well, and to tell you the truth, I don't know. I guess, and then Jessup will try to sense motive off of her to gauge if she seems kind of like, oh, this is interesting, or does she seem like she is a doppelganger?
Dun dun dun.
Plot twist!
She was never
Crap!
insane.
That is another nat 2 for an 18, man. Whew.
So you're talking to her, and it's kind of hard to read her expressions, but you get the sense that she's just deep in thought. And then after after you finish talking and a couple seconds go by, she says, well, if your suspicions are that the owner of the warehouse is, or was, or is, some sort of saboteur, then perhaps we could investigate the warehouses if you wanted. I know that, well, I don't know what your leanings are towards law, but I have certain means that could maybe aid us in snooping around.
Well, you see, I'm a ranger. I'm kind of above the law. And I'm not really the elected official here, but I'm kind of like the junior mayor, as it were. Needless to say, yeah, I don't like trying to break the law, but I feel that this is kind of above me. And we're not really harming anybody, are we?
Well, I was simply thinking that I could cast invisibility on you or both of us, and we could just take 10 minutes or so and just look around inside one or all of these. I might have to prepare multiple uses of it. I have a couple open slots today. I think I can prepare invisibility in my higher level slots, though, so we should have plenty.
There's some good political humor there. I think we should just watch it over. I think we should just let that alone. But I did want to address that it was there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I don't know if they're still alive. I don't know if the doppelgangers, I mean, they've taken apparently our forms and we're still alive. And, but I don't know if the advisors are still alive or if maybe they were dispatched. I don't know how long.
Right. Do you happen to have any object that belonged to any of the three of them? The real ones, not the doppelgangers.
No, but we know where their office is. I'm sure we can probably find something in there.
All right. Well, yeah, I suppose it's worth a shot. I've got plenty of slots to do some invisibility if you're game for it.
Sure, whenever you're ready.
Okay. And you guys kind of go into an alleyway, so you're not just casting spells on the open street. And she casts invisibility on herself and on you. And then you feel her kind of grab your arm, and she actually will then cast Dimension Door to just go straight into the warehouse.
That's handy.
She says, well, do you want to split up or do you want to look together? We're both invisible, so, I mean, I can cast see invisibility. I don't know if you can, so you might not be able to see me if you can't.
No, I cannot. I am very limited on what spells I know.
Let me just make sure that it's not a personal spell. Because if it's a touch spell, then I can just cast it on both of us again. It's personal, so no, you're out of luck.
Okay.
He's a 15th level wizard, right? Shouldn't she know this?
She's not a 15th level wizard. She is a high level wizard, but
It's 14th, Josh. Get it right. Jeez.
I was really hoping she was near demigod level.
But yeah, did you want to just go together invisibly or split up and then meet back in this point where you are?
We can probably split up and meet back. I guess
Okay.
Jessup would try to go, I guess, into her office again to primarily see if he can find some knickknack of hers, specifically if he could, because it seems like Dava wanted that. And then whatever time he has available, just try to snoop around, maybe see what's in the crates and stuff.
All right. Yep. So you guys split up, and you immediately begin making your way over to the office there, and you walk back in. You kind of are careful that nobody is looking in your direction when you open the door, because they can still see the door open on its own. So you're able to get in there, and I'm not even going to roll a stealth check because the workers have. I mean, I don't even know if they would have a bonus to perception because they're just commoners.
Gonna do it anyway. Ha! Yeah, 32.
Yep,
That's
that
with
is
my 20.
easily enough to sneak in. And so was your idea just to like take 20 on perception inside here?
Yeah, if I can.
Okay.
That would put me to a 20 perception. I'm sorry, 31.
31. Okay. So you're looking around a lot more carefully now. You know that your time is a little limited, but with 10 minutes, you have plenty of time to spend like 6 or 7 minutes of just taking 20 in this room. And you're going through the desk looking for anything. You're going through some of the bookshelves looking through stuff. And something does catch your eye eventually. You're going through some of the shelves here, and you feel, or actually you see, some of the papers shift slightly. like a gust of wind, not a gust of wind, but like a slight current of wind.
Like a puff.
Like a suspicious puff?
Yeah.
Like a suspicious.
Like an
you-
unseen servant puff?
No.
Oh, okay.
You look a little. That would be funny though. You look a little closer at the shelf here, and you kind of move it a little bit, and you can see there's a gap behind it, and you'd have to roll a stealth check to try to move it without issue, because it is covered with books and it is a very heavy shelf. But you suspect that there's something behind it.
Okay, I guess Jessup will attempt another stealth check then.
I'm sorry, strength check is what I meant to say.
Oh.
To like, you can definitely move it, but I just wanted to make sure that you're not, like, you're strong enough to move it without accidentally, like, having it topple over under its own weight. Unless that's okay with you.
I would prefer not to, but I will, I guess, attempt a strength check with an 11 strength.
Okay.
I just look through my spells to make sure I don't have anything that would be helpful. I don't think so. Nope. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A 12.
Can I gather an inspiration myself? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You roll a 12 on the strength check here, and that's enough. It's a
Okay.
heavy bookshelf, but it's not terribly inconvenient to move. It just takes you a little bit of time to, like, you shift it a little bit, and then you go to the other side to shift a little bit more, just to make sure you're not having it topple over. And you're only opening it enough to make a small gap for you to kind of squeeze through. But once you've moved it a little bit, you do see it's like a hole in the wall almost, but it's got like makeshift boarding over it in one that you could, like, just move the boards like a fake opening basically. And you look inside, and there appears to be a back room, very small back room. It's only like 15 by 15 feet, about half the size of the actual like office here. And you immediately smell decay, and it's pitch black inside.
Jessup will try to pull his shirt up over his nose, which does not help. Ugh, I could really use Kieran and fastidiousness right now. He'll cast, I guess, dancing lights. I know he can't really see, but, like, kind of at the range of the darkness, he could probably see he's going to cast dancing lights down there.
Okay, so you just cast, like, in the back room, and the whole place lights up. Again, it's a relatively small back room there. You immediately see what appears to be 3 bodies that are kind of propped up against the back wall. And with the light and whatnot, you take a moment to look in, and you can pretty easily see what appears to be the bodies of the 3 advisors.
Oh, I'm good, but this is not good.
You also see various letters. There's a
That's
small
quotable.
desk.
That was a good Hollywood quip right there.
There's a
Yeah,
small desk to the side with some papers on it as well.
Jessup is trying to keep his chunks in, and he, I guess, kind of goes over to see what's over there. He wants to get out and get the rest of the people, because he's kind of, I guess, not excited. I guess he's a little bit because he was right, but not because who knows how, deep this hole goes. So he's going to press forward and look for whatever those papers are and skim over the bodies. He'll kind of also be trying to channel detect magic at the same time.
Right. Yep. Do you speak Goblin?
Speak what?
Goblin.
I don't. Do
You
I?
sure?
Yes, I do, actually.
Yes, you do. I was
Okay.
Stop
saying.
telling me how to play my characters, people!
I'm sorry. You have negotiated with goblins before, so
I couldn't. Well, I have comprehend languages and tongues, so I didn't know if I was using those or not.
gotcha.
Okay. So you kind of stealth up to the letters there. You don't see anything in this room, like any other creatures in this room. And you look at these, and they're all in Goblin. They appear to be several, like, communiques, or I think that's how you spell that. Communique, yeah. they each have like a little symbol of the Iron Fang, like symbol on the top corner of each page, and you can see that these appear to be penned by some authority figure, like they're orders, and it seems like they come from high up. And as you're reading a little bit more, you're seeing like who they're signed by and whatnot. It looks like these were penned by General Azersi herself. And you're reading through these, and you don't. So at this point, you don't have enough time to read them all right now because you have like maybe 2 minutes of invisibility left at most. So do you want to like keep reading them here even if the invisibility runs out, or do you want to just take them with you? What's
Jessup
your
will
plan?
probably he'll take them, try to shove them into his bag, kind of look down at the three advisors and so sorry, and then he will leave. Try, I guess, to take a 10 or so to try to put the stuff back, move the shelf as best he can to make it look undisturbed. He may not be able to do it exactly the way that it was found, but knowing that probably nobody's been there for a long amount of time, hopes that it's not going to make much difference. And then as he leaves, he's going to take the piece of paper that he had left on the desk and just kind of shove that in his bag too, and then he's going to hightail it out to try to meet Nava.
Okay. You take 10, not being worried about getting it exactly as it was before, and you don't get it exactly as it was before, but it's close enough that unless somebody is specifically looking, they probably wouldn't notice a difference. Probably. And you get out of the office, you go back to where you split off from Nava, and she returns, and you've got like 30 seconds left or so, and she just says, I'm afraid I didn't find anything, but we're a little short on time, so here, give me your hand and we can talk once we're out. And she...
Jessup will just kind of hold out his hand.
Yep, you hold out your hand. She has the invisibility, so she grabs you, casts Dimension Door again, and you are back in the alleyway. And at that point, the invisibility pretty much wears off after another 10 seconds or so. She says, well, as I said, I didn't find a whole lot of interest in there. I was going through various crates to see if there was any sort of, I don't know, contraband, but it seemed all normal shipping stuff. Anything on your end?
You could probably say that. So I didn't have a chance to grab any effects that she had owned, but I did find the three advisors' corpses.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, locate creature doesn't work on corpses, so...
No. What do you need to locate a creature?
Oh, we were talking about the advisors, so I was wondering if we could have something that they had, I could find them, but it seems like that is no longer a necessity, so...
What kind of object would you need to find somebody?
1 second, let me read the spell again.
She's pulling up her spell book and just reading through the tomes.
Yeah, she pulls out her spell book, she says, let me see here.
Yeah, I can't quite remember. That's why we have to prepare spells each day. It's very complicated and... yeah.
Oh, I just have to know them. Well, that makes it far less useful.
Oh, okay. Well then, just
also running water blocks the spell. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't really know where to go from here. I'd like to think that the doppelganger fiasco's over, but we don't know if there was more than just those three. But
well, no. Yes,
I think we just need to be mindful. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how our friends are doing today, and then kind of spill the beans. I don't really feel I have the stomach to break the news to the hungover mayor just yet.
Yes, well, he's been fairly stressed out for.
Oh, we forgot to give him his gift, though, that you brought. Maybe we can let him know that his advisors are dead, but then give him a gift that could cheer him up.
What is he, 10?
I am not sure that's quite going to have the desired effect. Though, if you haven't given it to him yet, then I could give it to him myself.
Oh, yes, that would work. That would work.
Yes. Do you want me to say anything to him, or do you want to keep this to yourself for a little bit?
I think probably, if you don't mind, to just keep it between me. I'd like to share it with my crew first, so we can collectively decide on what would be best or how to break it to the mayor.
All right. Yeah, that sounds like a plan then.
Appreciate it. He tells her where his homestead is if she ever wants to, stop by and meet him to chat or whatnot. But I guess Jessup will kind of just go somewhere. Don't know where.
Okay. I mean, you could go back to Hursk and finish out helping him if you wanted, and kind of
Yeah, I
get
guess
the
that's
end
fine.
Of the aid and other thing.
Yeah, I could do that.
And a couple hours go by, and you guys are able to finish your work on each of your respective tasks. You did not encounter any opposition to your knowledge. Everything went, with the exception of Kieran, everything went fairly
Thanks a
well. But Kieran, even though things didn't go exactly as you planned, you didn't get the sense that there was malicious intent. So you can either take that as a good sign or a worse sign than before.
He's just incompetent. That's the issue.
So is there anything specific that you guys wanted to do after your jobs in the day? Or because we have a couple days left that you'll be doing tasks. So if you ever run out of things that you want to do, we can just start going through the days. That's fine by me. Just let me know what you'd like to do. At this point in time, it's technically like 2:00 in the evening.
I guess
In afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, Jessup would go and find Hursk and just kind of help him for the rest of the day, and then afterwards, he'd just kind of nonchalantly just let Hursk know that he's got some. He did some digging, he's got some more information he wants to share, but more or less with the group. So then after he helps with Hursk, try to go find the other two Yahoos.
Yep. So Hursk and Jessup are successfully able to teach a fair number of the locals how to do at least the basics of first aid, should it come to that. And Gideon is pretty successful in his training regimen. I don't know if there's something specific that you wanted to do with those soldiers, the militia that has been gathered.
No, he just does basic morning training and then gives them the old pep talk about trusting themselves and all that.
And this time they seem to be fairly responsive.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any drop in morale. There doesn't seem to be any confusion amongst the ranks.
Yeah, he spends the last 5 minutes to preach of camaraderie, and he understands the Normathi way, but in desperate times we have to come together. That kind of stuff. It just gives a general, you're doing a good thing, kind of, be proud sort of thing.
Yep. Okay.
And then after which he's got some shopping to do, so I need to go to a church, I think. I need to replace the...
That's where I go when I have shopping to do.
Right? He's got some shopping to do. He needs a church.
I assume that's where you buy scrolls of restoration and lesser restoration.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, probably.
I mean, churches don't have to serve the only function they do in modern America or anywhere.
Fair.
I mean, you don't buy scrolls of restoration in modern America?
Yeah, you don't just buy prayer books or miracles. Hey God, can I get a couple of miracles? I'll give you 100 gold pieces. Oh, that seems fair. Here you go. Yeah, I think I have to roll for these, or is it assumed that I could maybe find some more? I don't remember the rules on that.
I would say for those specific, the scroll of restoration, yes. The normal the lesser restoration, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't bother.
That's common enough that I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay, so for lesser restoration, I'm gonna get... I mean, we just burned through these, though, is the thing. I thought 2 was enough, and then, I kind of got worried that if we ran into trouble again, we wouldn't have enough. So I'll go for 4 this time. 4
Okay.
Scrolls of lesser. That's at 150 each. Gotta keep track of that. And then I need to roll for restoration. So I would like to get... I might like as many as 2. Can I roll for that many?
Sure, I'd say the first one, go ahead and give yourself a 70% chance of finding it. The second one, assuming you succeed on the first one, will be at a lower chance.
Else they both auto-fail if I miss the first one.
Yes.
So 1 to 70, we're good?
Yes, 1 to 70 is you found it.
Okay.
Oh, barely. 68. So you find one. The second one I'd say is a 40% chance. So 1 to 40.
Okay, 1 to 40. Okay, so still not impossible. Okay,
67. So
just get one
you do
more.
find one, but that was unfortunately the only one that they had prepared. So they don't have a second one available at the moment. But you
Okay.
do find one.
Alright. And there goes most of my money anyway. So I would have only had 200 gold pieces left if I did get the second one. How long would it take to commission one? A day or two?
So for scrolls, it takes 1 day per 1,000, I think. So it would take them 2 days to make one, because it costs over 1,000 gold.
Okay. Yeah. I won't do that. That's enough spent on consumables, I think, for now, but I will consider that in the future. And that's it. That's all I want to accomplish.
Okay. And Hursk and Kieran, is there anything specific that you wanted to do in the day?
No.
Kieran is going to go to the town hall or wherever they keep records or archives, and he's going to start looking for the things that I have whispered to you in the chat.
Okay.
So that's kind of how he's spending his time after his failure trying to ready the townsfolk.
Okay. That sounds good. So you guys all go about your various businesses for the day. Fairly successful, fairly useful day. And the afternoon comes, and then the evening, and it gets a little bit later in the day there. And Jessup, you had mentioned that you wanted to talk to the crew. So were you planning on like meeting up with everybody at the nighttime, or like the next morning, or?
Preferably as soon as possible within this day. Yeah.
So, as soon as you think that, as soon as your task with Hursk is over, you get yourselves around and you make your way towards where you know that the militia drills were being done, and you're probably able to get there before Gideon leaves. Unless he left as soon as the session was over with the people. But even if that were the case, you could ask around, and you'd eventually be able to track him down as he's looking for his items. So you either find him in the militia ground or you find him afterwards in the chapel. Either way, not too hard. Kieran is maybe a little bit harder to find, but again, he's a fairly distinctive individual. Go ahead and roll me I think it's a diplomacy check to gather information, just to see how quickly you can track him down.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure diplomacy is gather information.
That's a 13 for a 29.
29. Okay. Go ahead and roll. I'll say, because you rolled 29, I'll say roll a d10 plus 10.
Not to pull away, but in that lull. Do I need to roll for a Cure Light Wounds wand?
You can find one.
I just need one, so that works.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can mark that off.
Yep.
So it only takes you about 14 minutes before you start finding a couple people who could describe seeing the streets.
You started this, Sarah. It's your thing.
Learn that he has gone to the town hall, and after some time you do enter the town hall, and you do see him looking through some papers. It looks like he's probably been there for maybe an hour or two already. Actually, since he didn't make a whole lot of progress, he's probably mostly done at this point. I don't know how long you were looking through this stuff, but he's probably been through a lot of documents, you think. But you see him there, and you can all be in the town hall, or you could go somewhere else if you wanted to talk about things elsewhere.
Are we in a secluded spot?
You could go to an open, empty office if you asked for one.
Yeah. Guess we
Okay.
can go there.
Yeah. So yeah, the four of you can go to an empty office and be alone.
Hey guys, how'd today go?
I think that we made good progress, actually. And they were far more responsive today than they were last time I tried to train them.
Good, yeah. Hursk helped them a little bit. We trained a few people on some first aid. Kieran, how'd you make out?
Probably could have gone better.
Okay, well, can't win them all. I kind of want to be a little more quiet here. Can Jessup Jessup will kind of mention, hold on, just want to make sure I don't hear anybody else coming near us. And he will try to do a perception check if anybody else wants to try to help.
Sure.
We don't need any prying ears or eyes.
Okay. So Hursk gets a 19. Jessup rolls a natural 20 for a 31 perception.
Yeah.
You don't hear anybody. I mean, you hear footsteps down the hall. You hear people talking, but most of those are just people getting ready to leave.
So, got some good news and some bad news. So Jessup will pull out the stack, the letters or kind of the written papers there by Xerxes, or what was her name?
General Azersi.
Xerxes. Close. Nava. Anyway, he will slap them on the table and first off, he kind of looks at the other three. How many hours did it take Gideon to search for berries? He kind of
Far too long. Far too long.
Jessup laughs. So, like I said,
Hursk is like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't remember berries.
I think it was 12 hours, and then I
think it was 14 or something like
yeah,
that.
Then
Yeah,
he kept pushing it, and then he died of exhaustion. Like he gained the exhaustion condition and got a no movement speed possible.
I get some good news and some bad news. Well, first off, it sounds good that we made some progress today compared to I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, it was yesterday when we
a lot
kind
of
of hit
stuff happened.
Against the brick wall here. But those doppelgangers that we dispatched out there in the fields on our way back. I kind of had an inkling. I kind of talked to Kieran privately, but kind of had an inkling that maybe the advisors were up to something. I mean, I know it's a little cliche, but coincidentally, we had 3 doppelgangers. There was 3 advisors. I was a little suspicious of them beforehand, but the way that they were trying to convince the mayor that Longshadow wasn't under any threat, whatever it is. So I did some digging today, and I found these papers next to the corpses of the 3 advisors that had been there for some time, hidden in a back hole in one of the warehouses.
Oh, that's not good at all.
No. I mean, it's good we kind of got the bottom of it, but not good at all. So who knows how long they've been with the mayor. It sounds like that they've been glued to his hip for quite some time, and I kind of tried to nonchalantly get some information from him yesterday because I thought it was weird that we didn't see him, and sure enough, he told me yesterday when we met back at the pub that it wasn't common for them to not be near him, but he kind of dismissed it, and he couldn't locate them today. So, but I got these papers here written from the Legion, looks like from the big boss Batty, and I didn't have a chance to read through them all yet, but I don't know if there's more doppelgangers, but it seems like things are going on in the up and up, but
well, let's find out what they say.
Be too cautious. So, I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take to read through them all, but I guess if 3 of them want to sit and wait, we can kind of sift through them.
Yeah.
It's not going to take a particularly long time. It would take longer than the extent of an invisibility spell, but you're able to read through all of these, and basically they all seem to be various communiques that are meant to help coordinate the various disparate forces of the Iron Fang Legion throughout the plains, so that they all arrive at a set location, and so that the attack on Longshadow can commence all at once. And so it's just like directions, time frames, all of that such stuff. And as you're reading through this, you actually get an idea in your head. At first, it's kind of like you're not sure if it's a very good idea, but like the more you read these, the more you wonder if there is the possibility for a clever hand to maybe alter some of these documents and then deliver them to sow confusion amongst the ranks. And you're wondering if maybe that would be possible to delay the arrival. Because if you can maybe change some of these in such a way that it's not immediately noticed, and then have some miscommunications occur down the supply line, basically, maybe you could buy some time. But
how would we deliver these letters?
So this it goes into this with quite a bit of detail. First up, altering these would require a linguistics check to forge documents. Because the documents that you have are so reliably written by like the general herself, you get a small circumstance bonus on any linguistics check to forge these documents because you have good reference materials, basically. Delivering these, the book, I'll just kind of tell you what the book says. Any clever plan should have some possibility of success, from simply sneaking into an Ironfang camp, to leaving the orders on a dead messenger, to creating a disguise with which to deliver them personally, and then it says reward creativity. So basically any plan that you could devise, as long as it makes sense, could be done. It would require 2 different skill checks, one at a moderate DC, one at a fairly high DC. Succeeding at one means that you managed to deliver the false orders. Succeeding at both imposes a penalty on the opposing side's check to notice or detect the forgery. So that's the basics of how this could potentially go. But you can come up with any plan that you want, really.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to try if you guys think it's a good idea. I mean, worst case, they notice it and the attack still commences as normal, but best case, we kind of re-saboteur the saboteurs. Sabotage the saboteurs? I don't know. I haven't had my coffee.
I am fine with these methods.
Kieran?
Works for me. Yeah, absolutely. If you think you can do it, I don't think I'll be able to help very much in that, but
Not
Do you think-
fine.
I guess out of character, what's everybody's linguistics?
0.
2.
It ain't gonna be high, bud. I'll look, but it ain't gonna be high. It's not even
I guess Jessup would
zero.
do that. I don't know if you guys can aid or not. So Jessup
I can
has
try.
We can
Jessup
try.
has a 12 linguistics.
Yeah, we can all try to aid. There's no reason
Yeah.
you can't.
Well, it is trained only, so if you don't have ranks, I don't think you can roll it.
That's correct.
Correct,
Help.
yeah. Linguistics is trained only, so you do have to have ranks in it in order to
Yes.
be able to even
Yes.
attempt that.
I will sit this one out.
Oh my goodness, I rolled a natural 20 on my linguistics.
Wow.
So I have a 22.
Wow.
So so I guess Jessup would just say while we're doing these, if those two can't help, do they want to maybe keep watch or just stand outside or something, just kind of make sure there's nobody coming, and then
Sure.
Jessup will attempt to roll linguistics and work on it. Is it just one roll for all the documents, or like I don't know how many we have to do?
So it's just one roll. The book technically says that this should be rolled in secret, but I don't care. If you want to know the result of your roll, you don't know what I'm going to roll against it, so it doesn't change too much of a difference to me, but you can either roll it or you can let me roll it in secret, and then you just don't know how successful you were.
I can just roll in the chat. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
So I've added Kieran's +2 for the circumstance bonus. I don't think there's anything that Jessup could do. How much time, Jason, would you think that it would take to do that?
I feel like it would probably take at least an hour, right? Because you'd have to plan out how you want to change it, and then you'd have to go through the work of actually changing it, and you'd want to make sure that it's like a good forgery, so it's not like you're just doing the first thing that comes to your head. You're probably running through a couple possibilities, so it probably takes about an hour or so at least.
Jessup will cast hero on himself.
Okay.
Gives a +2 to skill checks.
Can you
Okay.
imagine if people had this like in the universities? Well, like in universities here, just be like, "Oh, I have a test today. Heroism."
Yeah, I know.
Heroism. I would totally do that.
The
You-
most heroic thing
Oh,
is
yeah.
a test.
Yep.
When we get back to Rulers, I'm going to ask Jerome if he ever knew of any of his students. Probably Vickett casts hero and stuff on himself for the tests.
Jerome is probably the type of person that thinks, if you bothered learning a spell to cheat on my test, that's fine. Like,
You deserve it.
right,
yeah.
right. Like
That's
fine.
actually in Galarian, heroism is the equivalent of just coffee. You just cast it in the morning to give yourself a little boost.
I imagine a lot of colleges are like that in Galorian. They're some of the more eccentric areas of arcane study. If you developed a spell to cheat, fine, good for you. You know, that shows some incredible arcane knowledge.
So I get for some reason. Okay, there we go. So all right, so I'm bumped up to a 16. This is with Kieran's bonus. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
So I was literally just thinking that was going to happen.
One.
Nice.
Natural 20 versus a natural 1.
17.
19.
Nice.
It's a 19.
No, he already had the 2 in.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, he put everything in there. Okay.
Yep.
Did you have
That
a
is
bardic
amazing.
performance going along with heroic finale?
He
There's a lot of-
couldn't.
It's got to take an
done
hour.
that,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
So
I will
Kieran-
say
Kieran
it's
basically
so
walks you through
frustrating.
exactly how to do it, and then you do it not the way that he says, and he's like,
you're
"Well,
pressuring me.
okay."
I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here.
it's
Oh,
possible
man.
that they could fail to detect it, but we'll have to see.
I am not thrilled.
You might really want to impose that penalty on them, so your plan for delivering it will need to be a good one.
I'm just gonna do this to irritate myself. Okay, not much better.
Wasn't much better now.
Nat 3.
Man, this is ridiculous.
You used
That
your
was a
20 on
5.
the perception check at the door.
I did.
Yeah.
Did you use it?
Jessup's got all this pressure, so I mean, like I said,
Okay.
it is what it is. If maybe we can get some of them, worst case, whatever happens. So Jessup will go through the hour and try his best, and just I can feel like he's trying to write it all in cursive or however it is, and just getting pressure, and that just makes really jagged lines and stuff. It doesn't look. And I think afterwards Jessup realizes it and goes, I screwed up. This does not look good.
We'll try again tomorrow.
Hursk, you should have aided me.
Is
Jessup
there
kind of looks at Kieran. Oh no.
any indication in the letters of regular meeting spots or drop locations, or
There are mentions of smaller camps, ones that are just like a very like one squad per camp type of a thing, and there's a whole bunch of them all over the place. There's no regular meeting spot necessarily.
right? We're not meeting by the old sycamore
Well,
on North Street. kind of
Correct. Yeah.
We could always take these letters, go back to the battle where we fought the doppelgangers. We know that there's corpses there from some legionnaires. See if maybe we can find any bodies that we could use, stuff some of the letters in, maybe go to some of the small encampments and just drop a body in a somewhat not inconspicuous location for them to potentially find at a later time.
Do you think that you should take that other body back? Do you think they'll be suspicious seeing only 2 doppelgangers there instead of 3?
I guess, Hursk, we might rely on you. I don't know if you can detect from last night if there's been any maybe troops or something that came through today to try to check on the battle. Hopefully, if not, we can remove all the doppelgangers. It's probably best, honestly, if we let the Legion think that those doppelgangers are still control.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. How would we implement that?
You mean getting the letters?
Yeah.
Well, I figured we could maybe take another horse and carriage down, pick up a couple of the bodies, maybe leave some of them there, maybe put a letter on one of the bodies there, keep a few bodies for ourselves, put some letters on those, and just kind of put them in, quote, drop-off locations.
Okay, that's not a bad idea, I don't think.
Do you guys got any better ideas?
I don't know. I think that might work.
I mean,
Spread them out as much as possible. Maybe it doesn't work for one squad, but maybe it works for another. Is that the idea?
I'm hoping. I mean, even if we can get one squad to not show up on time or kind of question what's going on, that's one less we'll have to contend with, I suppose.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I don't think the only other person I think that may have help out is maybe Nava has some additional spell slots open. I don't know, or maybe we can buy some scrolls or something to cast disguise on ourselves, make ourselves look like Iron Fang Legion, and maybe hand deliver a letter.
It's real risky.
Oh, come on. My roll's on fire today.
Well, listen, remember when we were in the tower going up and they asked us which squad we were from? That went over real well.
Okay, well, I know not to say, like, the number 2. We need a name. It worked the second time. And we got Gideon here, and you know, he's got a lot of soldier talk for us.
I do think the most important thing, we have to make sure that we remove the doppelganger's bodies so they're not found by the Legion. They must think that they're still alive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, Gideon, with your time on the battlefield, and I know, Kieran, you have some expertise in that field, but I guess that's one of the maybe potential downsides to the Legion is that they are just so massive. I mean, I think it would be hard for them to completely coordinate everything, so hopefully we can disrupt any spot. I'm not really thrilled about how these letters turned out, to be perfectly honest with you, but it doesn't, it still won't hurt.
Gideon has
Worst case,
seen...
they find about, you know, they find it and nothing happens, but maybe it'll get some, you know, make them think that there could be other stuff wrong and second guess and everything else.
Gideon has seen some of their battle plans, right? Or at least what's been translated to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I imagine we know of the Legion. They are incredibly regimented, very disciplined and ordered, and like lawful evil. Like they're very oriented towards their task. So I'd expect more organization than less from them.
You would know that hobgoblins in general are very militaristic. They're a highly military-based society. You also know that the Ironfang Legion has plenty of non-hobgoblin combatants. You don't know if that would cause any sort of disarray or if that would just bolster the military regiment. But as a base, you know that hobgoblins are very disciplined, yes.
As opposed to their lesser goblin counterparts.
Yes.
Well, I think that maybe we should get the plan. I think if we can, we should head out now, maybe get to the battlefield, grab the other 2 doppelgangers' bodies, grab a couple of hobgoblin bodies, not all of them, leave a few, maybe plant a letter on one of them. And I think that maybe it wouldn't hurt to see if there's any way we can disguise ourselves to try to deliver a letter personally. It's super, super risky, but maybe if we can throw some name drops in there or something, that might help bolster or lax them from wanting to read too much into this letter.
If only we had someone with an amazing disguise.
Well,
so what
Nava's the only
2
one I know.
Yeah, what 2 skill checks would you be thinking about for this? The book kind of says like sneaking in to deliver something would be like stealth and sleight of hand, or delivering it in person could be like disguise and bluff. It sounds like you're trying to plant the evidence on the in the battlefield there, or on bodies elsewhere. So you're thinking like survival to cover your tracks, and then something else, or
I would say
what 2 checks are you thinking there?
Survival, like thematically, I think is the best fit for at least one of them.
Yeah, I would think probably survival, and I don't know if a sleight of hand would work. I don't know if anybody even has that to kind of place the letter.
Oh, I'm thinking like knowledge nobility might come into play here, where
Or local, for that matter.
Yeah, no, I was being facetious, but
No, but
I like survival a lot, and I could see sleight of hand as well to make it seem not like it's been purposefully placed.
Would knowing or recognizing some of the famous like generals of the Legion from the notes and stuff be knowledge nobility or knowledge local?
The only famous generals that are really mentioned in these particular communiques are
up.
General Azersi or Lieutenant Kosaruk.
Names that we already know and are already quite above.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think
the others aren't relevant to these particular plans.
I mean, if you guys are okay with it, yeah, I think if you guys are fine with it, to potentially, we can maybe scout out the camps and decide if it's something where it's too risky, we can just drop a body. But otherwise, maybe we can try to go up to them. And I think a lot of it's going to be honestly perform oratory for me or diplomacy or something to just try to convince them that we're part of the Legion to give the note, and we're just going around to the other encampments.
That's fine with me. I don't know if I can help really with that.
I think that would probably, if we did it that way, I would argue that if there's a way to give us a disguise, obviously it would be a disguise check with a diplomacy check. Or bluff, I mean, however you want to word it.
I would say we definitely have to roll survival, though.
Oh, well, I think the survival would go with... I'm thinking of two different checks. I'm thinking if we're going to plant the letters on certain bodies and then leave them to be found, that's going to be more survival sleight of hand. But if we're actually going to try to hand deliver them, that's going to be more disguise and a bluff.
Jason was saying
diplomacy.
You need 2 checks, and I think survival is relevant. Even if we're not planting evidence there, it's relevant that we cover our tracks and get the bodies so that they think that they're not dead. You know.
Yes, but if you're not planting the letters there, then that endeavor doesn't really bear anything to the delivery of the letters.
Gotcha.
That would be only if you wanted to get the bodies out and then ruffle the bodies and put the letters in them, and then you'd use survival to make sure that people didn't see multiple tracks around this lone corpse.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
And sleight of hand to make sure that it didn't look like so obvious that you just put this on like their
person, right?
Well, yeah. That, and if we're trying to remove the doppelgangers' bodies and maybe a few others to have as fodder to place letters, we'd want to cover the tracks of where those corpses were resting, so that people aren't questioning why there's imprints or blood splatters but no bodies laying around.
I think that the more discreet option carries a bit more risk that it won't be found, but would be more effective if it was. If it looked like a messenger was delivering a letter or orders and then, got hit up by a squad of rangers en route to wherever they were going, and then some other patrol found that information and related as intel, it would have a higher, kind of a weight of authority, or they would think that they were getting a one-up on picking up a misdelivered message. But the more direct approach, although riskier that we get found out, I think would also be equally as effective. So I'm fine with either, and whatever you
I
want
say my vote is going for the just dropping it. It's less risky. I would say just let's roll survival and then like a
sleight of hand.
Like a sleight of hand. I don't have sleight of hand, so I can't help with that. But Jessup, I don't know if you have sleight of hand or if somebody does.
I had linguistics, and look what that did for us.
Jason, I don't know if you'd allow a bluff in place of sleight of hand to like bluff how we put it there.
I don't know if I necessarily buy that.
I would advocate perception, so we can find a good place to put the letter.
So there's a couple things that I could see. So you could do a survival. So stealth isn't probably going to come up because if you're leaving it to be found, then it's not like you're walking up to somebody or anything.
Right.
Sleight of hand would work. I
Sense
don't
motive
know
to
if
figure
perception
out
would be
where
overly...
they might patrol, so that we can make sure that they're more likely to find it and stumble across it.
I don't know if I would do a sense motive with that. I would allow
probably more knowledge soldier, right?
Profession soldier, yeah.
I could see a profession soldier. Given that you know the locations of these camps, you could try to figure out a route that would make it more easily noticeable.
You could assume the lines that the messengers and the scouts might run that would likely...
Yeah, I think... I don't think our sleight of hand is good enough for any of us to try that. I guess with that sense, because Kieran and Gideon both have profession soldier, and us having so much documentation of them, I would hope that there's some way that they could find ideal locations to place them for where there would be potentially good patrols or ambush points or something like that where they would want to go or be at.
I'd accept
and then survival also to be able to plant the bodies, hide tracks, and especially hide the bodies and tracks from what we take from the original onslaught there from yesterday.
That work for you, Jace?
Yeah, I'm fine with that plan. Which of those would you want to be done at the lower DC, and which one would you do at the higher DC?
I would say lower DC probably. It makes more sense you would do survival first. Well,
It can go either way, so I don't
Yeah.
care. If you want
Yeah,
to
I could see this going either way.
you want to just cheese it for the post math.
I'm not telling you what the DCs are, so you can just choose which one you want to do.
Well, I guess who's got? I'm assuming Hursk probably has the best survival.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
He's
what
got
is
plus
that?
2.
No, like 12 at
14.
least. 14.
And what, Kieran and Gideon? What are your profession soldiers?
8.
10.
So it might make sense to actually have Hursk do the survival, where Gideon and Kieran, we could use you guys to identify the best drop locations, and then we could use Hursk's survival to help with the planting of the bodies and then hiding of the tracks or making it look more natural or like there was an ambush.
So we'll do it that way. I don't know the order of things.
and
We'll have the soldiers.
Well, I think in this case, Gideon, I think Kieran can roll and Gideon, you could aid, and then Hursk can just do a full natural roll.
Yep, perfect. Sounds
Fine,
good.
then.
There's giants in this area, right, Jason? Hursk builds a contraption to make giant feet around the bodies.
Interesting.
So
Actually, I thought there was a item that we can buy
I'll
that
roll
gives
the
false
aid.
footprints.
The soldier.
Moon giants.
Okay.
I aid.
So successful 8.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
luck.
I rolled good.
Oh,
hey,
27.
but you rolled better.
Okay.
29?
29.
Or did you add that in?
29.
No, it's
Okay.
not in there, so 29.
So 29. That's your profession soldier check.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can assign them to whichever DC you prefer, Jace. That's GM territory, not us.
Okay. And Hursk can roll his survival to see how well he can cover the tracks. Or
Good luck, buddy.
Does
Forge
Jessup want to aid
tracks.
the survival? You have
I mean, it
ranks in
doesn't
though.
hurt for me to try, does it?
No.
no, yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
I guess
Can
if
attempt
that's
it.
the case, Jason, I will actually cast Deadeye Lore on myself before I make my aid, because that does last for hours.
Okay.
And then I will roll my survival to aid. Perfect.
Nice.
Teen?
Didn't even need the spell, or was that with the bonus?
That is that was my +4, so I actually did technically need it.
Just barely.
Wow.
Okay, so that's a +2 on Hursk's
Not bad,
survival.
not
Nice,
bad. So
24.
20, 26.
So a total of a 26?
Yep.
Okay. 29 and 26. Okay. So you guys head out, hoping to get all this done before nightfall today, or before like too late into the day, so that by the morning they'll be ready to be found, and you can really get this destabilization going, assuming that they don't detect the forgeries. And you're able to figure out a couple points that you think would be good routes for scouts to go through. So you gather up these bodies, you put these forged notes on them, and you begin to just drop them off at various locations. And Hursk is very careful to hide any tracks of your own presence. He kind of paints out the giant feet of a giant near each corpse. And you guys head back to Longshadow by, at this point, with all of that travel and whatnot, it's probably like midnight again.
Classic.
Well,
Classic.
I don't know how
I will
well that's
roll
gonna
some
go.
checks.
but I'm proud of you guys. Kieran, you going to the pub?
Probably, if we don't have anything else to do. Might get a couple drinks, but last night was real rough, so I don't think I'll stay out late. Need
Well,
to
Not sure if anybody wants, but I could. I know things have been a little suspicious here lately, and I need to actually get some probably formal shut eye since I keep watching myself last night. But do you guys want? Anybody wants to stay up all night?
I actually would not be opposed to staying up all night. I've been feeling a bit anxious that perhaps we haven't found all the doppelgangers yet. So,
Yeah. Hursk, Kieran?
worried about it. I'll sleep. I know that it technically, functions like sleep, but it just doesn't feel right the next morning. I'd rather get a night's sleep. But thanks for the
Nah,
offer.
you're full rested, but you're not refueled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I like my sleep. Thank you.
Hursk, you want some shut eye? Oh, nah.
No, I think I'll stay open or stay up tonight. I keep my eyes open.
What? Seriously? This is my nat 20?
Wow.
And nat 16. Darn it. Alright, so you two both have keep watch, and Kieran and Jessup will sleep normally.
it really does have to be bad for your mental to have keep watch cast on you. I know it says it doesn't, but and all of my life experience.
I think it actually does, though. Specifically, say if you continue using that, you get almost mentally fatigued.
Oh, do you?
I believe so. Maybe I'm making that up. It sounds right to me, though.
I think you're making it up.
Maybe I'm making that up.
I don't know. Roll sense motive on me.
I'm looking at it right now. Suffer no
Yeah,
fatigue.
but I mean, if you think about it, like, I don't know if I would want to be awake for 24 hours, multiple days in a row. Like, I don't know. That's just a long time to be thinking and active.
To not get a mental reset.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing all this stuff around town.
Right, exactly. Like,
Well,
I'm sure
I think...
we're pretty tired, and the last thing Kieran wants is to just stay awake and try to kill time for the rest of the night.
Despite the reading of the spell gain all the usual benefits of a full night's rest, I think that just has to be mechanically and like physically you feel rested. But mentally, it's still got to mess with you. Like, you probably start like losing sense of time, losing sense of what day was what, when.
Well, I mean,
happened.
think of anybody who has anxiety issues in real life. You know, at least if you sleep, sometimes people have a hard time falling asleep, but at least if you do, you slept. You know, if you are anxious, you're literally awake for 8 hours, just lost in your thoughts by yourself.
Yeah,
you know,
it's got to be eating away at you.
on you.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Jason, I don't know if you're going to tell us our rules about how successful we were when we completely dismantled the Iron Fang Legion just with those letters.
Oh, no, you'll find out.
Okay, good. Anywho.
So, yes. So the final plan is that Kieran and Jessup are going to sleep, and Hursk and Gideon are just going to stay awake the whole night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. You'll probably regret that in about 10 seconds here.
No.
That's really quick, Jace.
Oh, no.
In 10 seconds. In 10 seconds.
Let's just say, I think Justin might not care as much, but Josh will really wish that he had gone to sleep.
Huh.
So, Jessup and Kieran, I need both of you to roll me a will save. With a -10 penalty, by the way.
Wait, why?
Are you being
Because
serious?
wait, you said they would regret it, not us.
Yeah, there's
What?
everybody will regret it, but Josh will have wished that he had been here for this probably.
Wait, a will save and with -10?
I need, yes, you guys to roll me a will save with a -10 penalty.
Is that with the
Alright.
-10 there, Sarah?
Well,
Yes.
You rolled the same?
you and I are consistent.
Yes, so mine was an 11 with the -10.
Oh, mine is a 1 with the -10.
Oh no. Oh no.
I need both of you to roll me a will save without a -10.
22.
There we go. That's better. That's
A 10.
Not,
No.
that's not better.
Oh boy. Okay, let's get to this. Let's get to this.
I
You can
prefer
stop.
not to,
Everyone,
but-
stop. You can hear it in his voice. He's too happy. We're
Yeah.
PC death inbound.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't write the game.
No, I'm just doing this by the book.
He says as he
Just-
cuts content all the time and adds his own stuff.
I don't know what you're
Feels
talking
like
about. I have never cut content in my life.
Oh no.
Anyways, the two of you go to sleep, and it's a fitful sleep. And for a little bit, you're having a hard time even really fully falling asleep. But once you do, we'll start with we'll roll for it. 1 is Kieran, 2 is Jessup. Kieran, okay. Kieran, eyes closed, you kind of move your hands to hold your head. You kind of rub your temples. There's a merciless headache that just pounds just beneath your fingertips. You almost feel your skull like reverberate. And then a voice calls out. Judging from the bruise around your eye, it seems you've lost once again. You open your eyes and you see yourself at the dining room table of your childhood home. You sit at your regular spot, across from your two sisters. To your left sits your grandparents, and then across from them sits your mother. And at the head of the table, from where the voice calls, sits your father. Disgraceful. I didn't hire the best tutors in this city just so you could grow up a weak coward. Raiskar could spar with men twice his size at half your age. You turn your head to glare at your father, but a mirror catches your eye. You see your reflection in it. No. As you look closer, you see your brother, Raiskar, strong, healthy, just like you last saw him. You blink, look around the table. He's not there. You check the mirror again. He's still there, but different. Now his skin is gray and pallid. His eyes are black. His tongue stretches out from his mouth like a snake, and his fingernails and his teeth are sharp and painfully twisted. 100 tiny rot grubs burrow just beneath his skin. You blink again, startled, and see only yourself. Your father tilts his head in thought. Perhaps you need to be taught a lesson. Or perhaps you just need motivation. He stands, and in a blink, he covers the distance from his chair to yours. He grabs you by the hair and smashes your head into the table. Your weakness and incompetence ought to be punished. You sully the Taralia name. He grabs your hand and picks up a knife from the table. He pulls you up from your seat as if you were a child and drags you to the head of the table to stand next to your grandfather. You look with pleading eyes at your family, but none of them move. They sit utterly still, save only their heads, which slowly turn to follow you. Even their eyes don't move. Your father moves your hand with the knife up to your grandfather's throat. Were you a bastard, I could at least cast you aside and be rid of you, but no. You have Taralia blood in your veins. The knife pushes forward just enough to draw a line of blood. Your grandfather does not react. He only smiles obliviously. Your failures will cause the downfall of our family. If you cared about us, you would not fail me so. Which means you must not care. You shake your head and try to resist, but your strength is nothing to your father. This will be a lesson for you. With a swift motion, he pulls back your hand and then thrusts it forward, stabbing into your grandfather's neck. Your grandfather collapses in a heap on the table, his face suddenly looking at you with regret and betrayal, and you feel tears in your eyes begin to blur your vision. Shush now. Quiet. Your father speaks so close to your ear you can feel his breath. Do better next time. He grabs your face and turns it towards your sisters. You can only afford to fail twice more. He releases you, and you fall next to your grandfather. You hold him in your vision. You hold him as your vision darkens slowly from the edges, pulsating like a heartbeat. You hear your father again. Remember, Kieran, this is your fault. Your vision continues to darken, beat by beat. You feel the pulse in your grandfather's neck weaken until finally it stops, and your vision goes totally black. Then you hear the words one last time, not spoken by your father, but now spoken by your grandfather and your sisters. Remember, Kieran, this is your fault. And just like that, you burst up from your bed, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, your eyes darting back and forth across the room. You've awoken from this terrible, terrible nightmare, and you take only 1 point of damage. But just so you are aware, you take 1 point of damage, you are fatigued, and you are unable to regain arcane spells for the next 24 hours.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh, mine's gonna be so much worse.
Wait a minute. 8 point of damage. She goes, I take damage from dreaming? Yeah, mental. And now, Jessup, you die in your sleep.
Oh, it's gonna be fun.
I mean, dying probably would be a heck of a lot easier than what's gonna happen.
Here, I can even make Kieran's nightmare available in your handouts. So
You wrote
Yeah.
this ahead of time.
Yep,
That was
Jessup.
That was fantastic. Well done.
fantastically disturbing. Oh,
Let me just say, Hursk and Gideon's were my favorite ones, but we'll never know.
Oh, no!
We'll
Yeah,
never know what they were now.
Well, back pocket them. We might have.
Yeah.
We might
Well, yeah.
yeah.
Might happen again.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Keep Watch has a will save. He's going to cast it on you guys
Probably
every
won't.
night.
You never know. They might come up.
I'm pretty sure, but we'll see.
It's
Jessup.
in the handout.
Kieran's is now.
I see it.
Jessup, you open your eyes as you hear a deafening roar of a dragon, and you see Aiden let loose a volley of arrows. Kieran, Frampton, and Sirio stand beside you atop the set of a spiral set of stairs that descend into darkness. Your nose picks up the smell of rot, and your ears hear a sizzling like acid melting away at stone. You look ahead to see a circular room with a gargantuan black dragon, its scales covered in moss and rot, and its wings stretched out to encompass the whole chamber. A stream of green acid pours from its mouth in your direction before you can fully take in your surroundings. The companions that were just a moment ago beside you dissolve in an instant, yet you feel as though they reach out to you within this green volley. Their burning flesh wrinkles your nose, their skeletal remains collapse on the ground. You hear a voice in the chamber call to you, "Jessup, help me!" Aiden faces down the dragon alone like a valiant hero of legend. You move to aid him, but your legs feel heavy. Your movement is slow. You run and run, faster, but no matter what you do, you don't get closer. The dragon rears back its head and opens its dislocated jaw. You shout and push yourself to run even faster, but to no avail, your aging body no longer able to do what it once could. Just as you feel like you are getting closer, you feel your labored breath, your burning lungs, your body unable to keep running any longer. Your head gets dizzy and your vision blurs. And in that moment, all the colors around you invert, like everything goes... I forget exactly what it's called. Negative. Everything goes negative, and then it's back again like a flash. You watch the dragon's neck descend, but no longer towards Aiden. You now see the darkened skin of your son. The dragon bites onto him, swings him through the air, tosses his shredded body at your feet. You kneel down to try to heal him, and he speaks. "Where were you? Where did you go? Why were you always gone?" You try to speak, but no words come out. You stand and hear the roar of the dragon once more. Panicked, you turn to run down the stairs, but collide with something instead. You see Aiden standing before you, his body decayed, dirty, as if he was just dug up from a grave, appearing almost undead. Fresh blood pours out from dozens of gashes and holes in his body. "Where were you? Why did you not save me?" His face twists from disappointment to rage as he pushes you backwards. You trip over your son's body and fall onto the ground looking straight up at the dragon. It snarls at you, dripping burning acid on your skin before a geyser engulfs you. And before you wake up, I need you to roll me another will save with the normal bonus.
Whoa,
Oh, no.
3 will saves. Good God.
Boy, 24. Finally.
You succeeded on that one.
I don't know if that's good.
This was going to keep going until you eventually succeeded or died.
Okay.
That's bad. Are you serious?
So you take 3 points of damage. You also take 3 points of charisma damage.
Good
Ooh.
God, that's bad.
You are fatigued, and you are unable to regain arcane spells for the next 24 hours.
Wait, had he failed that again, he would have to have rolled... Oh, that's bad.
1d4 charisma damage per fail. Per hour
Wow.
of sleep until you wake up after 8 hours.
And
So
keep
do I still have the spell slots available that I had previously, or?
Yeah, you'd have those before. You just don't regain any of the ones you expended.
Keep watch does leave you immune to this effect?
Because you don't go to sleep.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
As far as I
Yikes.
can tell, like it
Yeah,
says that if
effects that
you
rely
are
on
awake,
actual sleep or dreaming are ineffective, though the subjects are still susceptible to the effects that will put them into sleep, such as sleep or deep slumber. So
Yeah, so these people can enter a trance to await for you to go to sleep, but you don't go to sleep at all for the entire night, so it doesn't matter.
Who's these people?
We don't know.
Whoever is doing this effect. Let me just make sure. Keep watch is 24 hours, right?
Duration 8 hours or less. See text.
Okay, so it would be the whole night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, Kieran and Jessup, you both wake up the next morning feeling awful, having the most vivid and frightening dream nightmare, really, that you've had in as far as you can remember. And you feel like you didn't sleep at all. It's awful. And the next morning comes, and you guys are free to do what you'd like to do.
Real quick, that's last remaining relevant text. Any vigorous activity, including fighting or anything like that, immediately ends the effect, and then you would have to go to sleep from then on, or
Right.
get
Were
the
you
spell.
doing anything vigorous?
No, I was just letting Jace know what the spell does.
Okay.
I don't think Kieran leaves his room today.
The whole day?
Yeah. I think he's gonna stay in his room.
Sounds pretty personal. That shook him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he just kind of sits on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands, and he's just kind of stuck in almost like a trance for he doesn't even know how long. Just hours pass after he's awoken from this.
Okay. How about the other three?
As
Two
far
of
as-
you didn't notice anything at all during the
Yeah,
night.
as far as Gideon is concerned, it stays as normal, and I don't think that we've been meeting quite so regularly. So he's just gonna go and drill them, and then I think his routine has been drill the soldiers in the morning, and then meet up with the rest after that.
Yep. Okay.
So,
So if you'd like, you can roll for your militia drills again, unless you want to do something else.
no, I think militia drills are what he's best suited towards, and he's not going to switch to do townsfolk readiness. He assumes that that's what Kieran's doing. Hopefully, I
Okay.
roll
Go
well.
ahead and make your roll.
Nice.
17.
Sneak
So-
it out.
You can now only do that one more time,
Hmm.
but that brings your total defense points to 141.
Beautiful.
Hursk, what are you doing today?
Probably maybe go try and train some more of the people in first aid, I guess.
Townsfolk readiness again?
Yeah, I don't really know what else he could really do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go for it if you'd like.
Hursk, you do not.
Ah, nuts!
Well, he might have aided or done.
I think he was about to say that you don't.
Yep, I was gonna say
Yeah.
you did not notice Jessup out helping you.
Okay.
Yeah. Ah,
Yep.
nuts.
So
Nits.
you try to help out the townsfolk, but you find that really the advice and eloquence of Jessup was pivotal in relaying this information in a meaningful way. And you're not able to make any progress there today. Jessup, what are you doing?
Jessup would kind of wait a while throughout the morning and just kind of like stumble out, probably looking god awful, pale, not really sure what to do, but knows that he's got to try to do some defense stuff. So he's gonna, I think, stumble out and try to help the people with rebuilding the gate.
Okay.
Or enforcing that. What was that role again? I'm sorry, I was just gonna look it up here.
Are you talking about the city walls one?
Yes. I believe.
That
Well, let me
is-
double check. Actually, I'm pulling it up here.
Yeah, so there's city walls, which is stonemasonry,
Engineering.
engineering, or stonemason. There's internal defenses, which is a bunch of craft things, diplomacy, knowledge local. There's militia drills, which Gideon was doing, reinforcements, which is oratory or soldier, and then townsfolk readiness, which is what Hursk was trying to do.
Yeah, so I think Jessup will try to do the. I think it was engineering for the walls.
Engineering is the city walls. Yep.
So Jessup will attempt to go and do that.
Okay.
As best he can. So kind of stumble out there. I'm sure he's noticeably just like pale. He probably looks like he's just sick, like the flu, just pale white, baggy eyes.
Yeah,
He
3
doesn't
points
really
of charisma damage probably looks pretty bad.
Doesn't talk too much. I mean, he's still 15. He's still probably, of course, more
yeah.
charismatic than a ton of people, but
But not as
and then-
charismatic as Gideon.
not true. And so yeah, he will attempt that. So I guess with the gate, what all did what are we doing when we're trying to help upgrade the gate? Is it just more sizing and
The
stuff, or
walls?
are they?
So the city walls are in general disrepair. There's a couple points that are kind of weak over time, and so this is just kind of like a maintenance, maybe shoring up some of the weaker bits there,
Okay.
making sure that all of the stones are in order and whatnot.
So I think Jessup would, try to say the first thing before we can build upon the walls, obviously, is to try to reinforce. I know that we kind of lost time the last check because of the rope breaking and stuff, but he would try to use the hammer that we received to help with bolstering up. I don't know if that's just simply a circumstance bonus of sorts or something, but he would try to give it to somebody and direct them to try to just reinforce stuff that's there, or if there's old bad wood that needs to be put on or something that to be placed to help with keeping support structures.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and roll your check, and we'll see what happens.
Sorry.
And Jessup will go for it.
Yep. Oof.
And Jessup, I gave myself a -5 penalty for feeling atrocious.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I don't think it would have passed. I knew he was only going to 13, but I kind of gave him a
Fatigue
probably not giving the most best directions.
Yeah, you're up there trying to organize these efforts, and your demeanor is still off enough that people are noticing that something's weird. So it's actually more distracting than it is helpful to those people. And you're finding that your help there isn't making the effect that you might have wished for, but maybe you don't even notice that in your condition. But yeah, you guys are going through, working on these tasks, and Hursk, you noticed that Jessup never came by your area, at least. Gideon, you finish your militia training as normal, and you said that you think like normally in the evening you guys probably would meet up, or
Yeah, the mid-afternoon, because Gideon's got his deific obedience he has to do.
Okay. So if you go to wherever you guys normally go, which is probably the pub at this point, given your guys' history, or the town hall, either of those, and kind of wait around. Maybe, I don't know, Hursk might show up. I don't know if Hursk would go immediately to the whatever rendezvous you guys have in the evenings, or if he has other things he'd like to do after teaching.
Yeah, I mean, if that's where we pretty much have been meeting up, then yeah, that's where he'd go.
Okay. Jessup, would you be heading in that direction after a couple hours go by, or?
Nope. Jessup is nowhere to be seen, and I'm going to whisper you where he is.
Okay. So Gideon and Hursk, you meet up, and
Crying
there's
like a little baby in an alley.
There's no sign of Jessup or Kieran.
The two of them are running later than normal. Have you seen either of them at all today, Hursk?
No, I kind of expected Jessup to come help me train the townsfolk again and get them ready for the upcoming siege, and he never showed up. I don't know what he's doing.
Waiting. 10 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass. At this point, Kieran is normally far more punctual than this. Do you think that we should check in on them?
That's probably a good idea.
It'd be a shame if something were to happen. Maybe I feel eerie now. Maybe we should have left sooner. All right, let's make haste. And he'll pay off the tab and leave with a half-drinking swig of alcohol. Poor guy.
Okay. Where are you heading first?
Where's Kieran staying again?
I think
Kieran
was staying at the inn?
Yes, he was at the inn.
And Hursk was staying with Jessup at his homestead, right?
Correct.
Yes. So we'll go to the one that's in town first to go see
Okay,
Kieran.
you go to the canary.
The canary.
In there.
And while we're walking, he's just going to ask us, so you didn't see him leave the homestead this morning at all?
No, I think I left before him, and I expected him to show up sometime later, but he just never showed up.
You didn't hear anything in the night, though, did you?
No, I mean, it sounded like he might have had some trouble sleeping, but nothing alarming. I'm sure many people suffer from night terrors. It's a pretty common thing.
I pray they're fine. And we get to the Canary, and it's an inn, so...
Yes.
So we talk to the front clerk and ask to see Kieran and all that kind of stuff.
Yep. And you explain the situation and whatnot, and the person at the desk there, the front bar desk there, tells you which room it is, and you head up and you knock at the door. Kieran, you hear assuming that you haven't left the room, you hear a knock at your door.
I think he jumps. He had been kind of in a daze, and he jumps, and he will stand up and open the door.
The two of you see in front of you a clearly sleep-deprived Kieran open the door.
Hursk, Gideon, what brings you here?
Well, actually, we're checking up on you. Neither of us had seen you all day, and I can tell now you haven't slept. Well, what is the matter with you?
What are you talking about? Day? What time is it?
At this point, it's 3, or was it later in the afternoon?
At this point, it's probably 3, because you probably usually meet up at like 2, because that's when you guys finish up, and then you waited for a while and nobody showed up, and then you came over here. So
it's nearly 3 in the afternoon. We were expecting you at the tavern.
Oh, geez, sorry about that. Let me grab my things. I'll be right there. Yeah.
No. Have you been here all day?
Yeah, I think so.
If you're not up to it today, Kieran, we can pick up tomorrow. But
no, it's fine. It's all right. Just I didn't sleep well last night and didn't feel great today, but I'm fine. It's all right. I can help. There's still time to help.
Sense motive. Is this him being his normal dodgy self, or is there something?
A 10?
Yep.
He's definitely a doppelganger.
Totally.
He's a doppelganger.
He's a doppelganger. That's good. All right.
Yeah, with a 10, it's kind of hard. Definitely scatterbrained or whatever, but.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, just give me a moment if you want to wait downstairs. It shouldn't take too long. I just need to clean up a bit, and I'll be right there.
Gideon will peer into the room as he leaves and closes the door, and lets Kieran get ready. What's the state of the room? Is it disheveled? Is it put together? Is it neat and tidy and fastidious like Kieran?
No, it's not. It's the bed's unmade. His things are kind of strewn about. It's like he came in right before bed, just kind of threw things down. And one thing that's interesting is that a mirror that was in his room is completely shattered.
That's really not like Kieran, who is normally pretty put together. Always about appearances, that slave driver kind of guy.
Slave driver. Rude.
Accurate.
So yeah, Kieran will, if they acquiesce and go downstairs, he will shut his door, and he quickly
hides the bodies.
Yeah, he hides the bodies. He hides the body of the real Kieran under the bed.
Yes.
Yep.
And grabs the real Kieran's glaive and items, and he does a sidelong glance at the mirror, and then he will leave. And he goes downstairs and finds the person, like the clerk or whoever, the proprietor, and he will say, I'm sorry, I had a bit of an accident last night. The mirror got broken. I will pay for it though. I'll bring one. You know, if you just tell me where you get your mirrors from, I can go pick it up, or I can give you the gold for it. That's fine as well. I'm real sorry about that. It was completely an accident.
The lady that is the innkeeper there, she kind of squints at you and she says, "Oh well, I suppose if it was an accident, it couldn't be helped. Yeah, it probably would be easiest if you just compensated it. I think we have to usually order those. They're not too easy to find. But yeah, just be a little bit more careful there if you could. Try not to make a mess of anything else if you can.
He will rummage around in his haversack for a second, and then he will pull out a platinum and he'll lay it on the desk and he'll say, "Listen, if that's not enough, then I'll get you more later. Just let me know." And then he will turn to leave.
Okay. You turn to leave, and I believe the cost for like the standard mirror item is 10 gold pieces, which would be 1 platinum. So a standard handheld mirror. Was this a handheld mirror, do you think? What kind of mirror are we talking about?
I think it was just a mirror like on the wall. If that's a thing.
So
like
probably
a
more
like
probably more than a
toilet
handheld mirror.
Yeah.
So 1 platinum's probably not going to do it, but she'll talk to you.
Oh, well,
later.
my intention was to put down like way more than it's worth. So if I need to put like 5 platinum, I would do that. Like my intention was to make it much more than what it's worth.
Okay, that's probably a little bit better.
Probably closer.
Okay, so 5 platinum I will put down.
Okay. Yeah, and then you meet up with them outside.
She tells you that mirror actually was imported from a very rare location.
Yeah, we got that mirror from Kadira, actually.
Yeah, and
What?
the framing
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee mahogany.
It
was actually designed by a famed artificer from the Mana Waste.
It was actually made by my deceased grandfather.
Yeah.
I love the actual description of mirror on archives is this handheld mirror is about 1 foot across. Unlike many higher quality glass mirrors, this one is made out of polished steel and sturdy enough that you can drop it without risk of breakage. So I don't think that's what this was, because he certainly did break it.
Yeah.
But close enough. Yeah, he's broken knuckles.
Okay, so the 3 of you meet outside of the Canary.
Where's Jessup? I thought he'd be with you two.
No, we haven't seen him either. We were actually going to talk to him next.
All right, where do you know where he's at?
I assume the homestead.
Oh, right. I don't think I've been there.
Neither have I, but Hursk has. Lead the way, I guess.
Yeah, just follow me, and Hursk will take him to the homestead.
Okay. You guys leave the south gate there. You start following this road down towards a little bit further downriver where his homestead is. Excuse me. And go ahead and roll a perception check.
Because Jessup's a pumpkin farmer.
Did you say everyone roll or just hers?
As you guys are walking down the road to notice his body.
Oh, dear.
He's floating with Titan down the river.
That took a turn.
That's good. That was good comedic timing.
That was. Well done.
So we got 25 from Hursk, 36 from Gideon, a 14 from Kieran. So Gideon, you're the only one who sees this because it's ways off. But as you guys are walking down this road here, you kind of just glance off in the direction of the graveyard. And you actually see in the distance, like 200 feet away, what appears to possibly be Jessup kneeling at one of the graves over there.
You know what, Kieran? What happened last night?
Nothing happened, Gideon. I just couldn't sleep very well.
Well, that is all.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Just a bad night of sleep.
Gideon looks to Hursk.
Kind of chuckles. He's like, I guess I could have used that wand of Jessup's last night, but thought I wanted a good night's sleep. Look how that worked out for me.
I'll tell you what. You get a good night's rest tonight, and we'll pick up in the morning. If you'd be so kind, before you go out to do your morning tasks, instead of meeting at 2 tomorrow, would you mind meeting me in the morning?
I guess so. What time are you thinking?
When you wake up, I'll be there.
Where exactly?
I'm assuming we always meet up at the tavern, so he'll just be there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Just the same.
Also, I don't know if this changes the conversation. I messed up. The grave that he is at, it's not in the graveyard. It's actually at his homestead. I thought it was in the graveyard. So
Okay.
you would see him in the distance
At the homestead.
at the homestead in front of a grave, which is at the homestead.
My immersion is ruined.
It's okay. No, I don't think it changes much. Yeah, I'm trying to think how much Gideon can piece together versus, because it's out of character for both of them to be acting like this. And there's nothing more that we need to do tonight, right? As far as party goals, we can only do 3 checks a day, and we've done 2 or 3, so there's nothing more to accomplish.
I think technically 2 that you know of.
Right, 2 that we know of.
Yeah. You've made your attempted checks today. Things definitely do seem off with Kieran and Jessup. So what exactly were the plans there? You were telling Kieran to head back?
Yeah, I think he's gonna let Kieran just retire for the night. Doesn't think there's much to do, and Kieran looks like he can use more time to himself. And then Gideon will continue to the homestead.
Okay. Does Hursk go with Gideon or with Kieran?
Gideon. He's
Okay.
going to the homestead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys approach the homestead, and like I said, you see... I should ask, Kieran, do you go back to town?
I was gonna say, you're dismissed, Kieran.
Yeah, I'm not
Get
sure.
out of here.
I don't know. Sure, I'm not sure his headspace.
Despite being played by a woman, he does have volition.
Oh, careful now. Careful now. I explained to my 9th graders some of the logistics of Shakespearean courting and how women were not exactly enjoying the same privileges of modern society. And,
you could say that.
Yeah, that was the kindest way you could put it. And I can't name her name, but one of my students shouted out, "So you're telling me they were basically property?" I felt like, well, I mean, yeah, we've come a long way.
I'm not saying it's a good thing.
Right.
Aren't you like 4 or 5 months into the school year and you still don't know your students' names?
Well, no, I just didn't want to reveal their name.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. It's just the way you said it. I don't know her name.
I don't know her name. I don't know.
No, I
Say, hey, you with the face.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, Sarah, do you think Kieran would actually go along with that, or would he want to continue with the others?
I think he would if Gideon's like, oh, just head back to town. He will just kind of absentmindedly head back to town, and then once he gets to town, I think he's not going to go back to his room. He is just probably going to spend time just walking the streets.
Okay.
And like sort of observing what's around him, but also sort of lost in his own thoughts.
Okay. Roll a perception check with a -5 penalty.
Kieran's
Okay,
gonna get
so
kidnapped.
this is just a 0. 15.
Okay.
Not bad.
You're walking through the streets, and there's one point where like you feel like you see something in the corner of your eye, like on one of the rooftops, but then you just see like a crow fly away, and you don't notice anything.
He throws his glaive at the crow.
That's good luck.
Like a javelin.
I want him to meet the
That
fisherman
is-
down on the docks again, the ferryman or whatever.
Right?
It just like happenstance cross paths. That'd be a good chance.
Shark in the water.
And
what do they say?
Hursk and Gideon, you can continue to the homestead.
So Gideon's gonna walk up to the homestead, see that Jessup's obviously grieving some loss, even if he doesn't understand it. He'll approach in the way that he's not not disguising that he's there, but he'll just stand and wait. And I'm assuming if Jessup doesn't say anything, he'll then just sit down and wait for Jessup to start the conversation when he's ready.
And then Hursk just starts blabbing.
Blah, 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 blah.
Hursk is just like, I expected you to come help me teach the rest of the villagers first aid again today. We had a lot of people show up, and I'll be honest, I'm not the most sociable person ever, and I don't think I really got through to any of them. Really could have used your help, Jessup.
Well, Hursk, not to add to your insults of lack of social awareness, but I do think he's grieving something, so give him a moment.
Oh, great heavens, we're in a graveyard. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Until, I don't know, walk away.
Well, I guess when he's chatting, Jessup would kind of spin around. And if you guys see him, I mean, he's visibly pale. It's almost just like, after you have like the stomach bug and you go at it for like 3 or 4 days, and then you're like that next day just like fully recovering. I feel like that's what he looks like. He just went through hell and back, and he kind of, sorry, Hursk, I wasn't quite feeling myself here. I'm not sure if, honestly, I would have been able to help convey anything well.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Oh,
you okay?
I didn't sleep at all last night. I had one heck of a nightmare. I think at some point I must have actually punched myself or something. It was just bad. It was awful. I got no rest. I feel like mentally and charismatically drained. By that, it's more like damage.
Yeah, you look a little drawn. Like you've seen some bad stuff.
It felt so real. I don't.
Do you want to talk about it? Hursk is visibly uncomfortable.
Jessup is at the point where I think he's so oblivious he doesn't even know. It's like, Hursk is being sincere. Yeah.
It's one of those ones where you're like, do you want to talk about it? And you're like, I really hope he says he doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, actually, now that you mention it, I think we should go inside and talk for many, many hours.
Gideon will give Hursk an out. Well, Hursk actually was going to attend to something for me back in town, but I'll listen to you, Jessup.
Oh, no, I just thought I'd come out here to clear my air. My wife's gravestone here. With everything that's going on, I don't even know where my son is right now. I don't even know if he's alive.
Well, I don't offer much weight in words, but I don't like to abandon hope so easily. We are fighting for a better world. Maybe a world for your son.
Oh, I'm a terrible guest here. Let me invite you inside. Make you some tea or something.
Sure.
Just kind of gets up, fatigued-like, so he kind of like stumbles, gets to his feet, and kind of walks slowly, old man style, to the door.
Once they get inside, tell you what, how about I make the tea and you just show me where it is? You know I have my rose petals anyway.
Oh, yeah. Kind of points to the kitchen area and kind of just sits on the couch and just kind of like blankly stares off.
Gideon will get the preparations around, and does Jessup kind of just begin dozing off a little bit on the couch, or just kind of being absent-minded wherever he's sitting, or kind of thing?
I don't think he's sleeping. He's like fatigued, but to that point where he's not sleeping or resting. He's just kind of like spaced off in thought.
Gideon will take the advantage to snoop a little. I mean, he's not going to go through the medicine cabinet, but he's going to try to piece together.
What are you saying? I'm not that old. I have the Monday through, or the Sunday through Saturday pill box.
I just mean he's not going to go through all of your personal. He's not going to read your diary, but he just want to just kind of glance if the door to his room is
Jessup's at the
open.
point where if you kind of look back to see, like, he is not even paying attention now.
So Gideon takes advantage of that opportunity to kind of like check the state of his room and just kind of see if things are categorically out of place, or just kind of what his homestead looks like, kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think Jessup left the state of his room this morning?
I think the bed's just kind of a mess. But I don't know necessarily if Gideon would know if that's different
Typical
at all.
or not, yeah.
Right.
But I don't think that the house is looks to be in complete disrepair or anything. Like, Kieran's room would be from what we know of him, but
Right.
it seems messy, I guess, kind of cluttered, but nothing, I guess, seems completely out of place or alarming other than Jessup's acting.
Yeah, the way I see it, Jessup probably keeps that like organized clutter kind of home where, there's stuff, piled up places, but it's obviously supposed to be there, and it's just a little bit more, not to the level of hoarder, obviously, but just
I guess the only, so I guess I would
say
say that if you look around, every, most of the rooms in your snooping seem, like you said, they're organized kind of clutter, because he's in and out with the ranger duty and stuff, so I mean, he's not home long enough to do anything, and but I guess if you do look in one of the rooms, it is like completely organized meticulously, almost like Kieran style.
Yeah, kept the way it was.
But just one room.
Yeah. I know these signs of loss well. Gideon monologues to an imaginary crowd. And he comes back with some tea and sits where Jessup is. So, Jessup, I'm trying to piece together here what happened, and I apologize for prying. What happened last night?
Oh.
This is hot.
Just jump right into it. No preamble. Just listen. What's your problem? All right, drink your tea and tell me your issues. Get them out.
What happened?
You look like crap. What happened?
Josh doesn't have the patience.
Hursk is out. I was gonna say Hursk is out hunting because we got the master of therapy over here. Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go.
Josh doesn't have the patience for small talk as a consequence. Neither does Gideon.
Jeez.
Yeah, so I just would just kind of basically indicate that he had just gone to bed as normal after, kind of he feels a successful day for the most part. And he kind of just recollects the nightmare. I think that he would go into detail, but kind of like pause between certain moments of it, but kind of verbatim, kind of explain the dream and stuff. And especially because I know Gideon wasn't there to that moment, but has some kind of knowledge of the events that had happened. Mm-hmm. And he would just kind of, afterwards be like, I couldn't tell you if I've ever had a dream that draining. I'm not really sure. It just felt so real. And I just woke up and just completely just exhausted. I tried to go out and help get the walls all situated and stuff, and I don't even know if I helped any progress. I was just, mentally somewhere else. I hope I'm not boring you.
No, you're not boring me at all. I have a question for you now, and I'm sorry that you suffered such a pain in every sense. My condolences to more than just recent deaths, but sometimes time does not heal wounds. It just makes them cut deeper. I would consider this all just a bad night and coincidence, except Kieran also seemed to suffer from an intense nightmare last night. Of course, he was less open about it. Can you think of anything that would cause this kind of effect? Magical or...
Probably. Or maybe something we ate?
Maybe.
I don't know. How about you and Hursk? Did you not have any nightmares yourself?
You guys keep watch on me. I was awake all night. I had my own anxieties and worries to deal with through the night, but nothing like what you describe.
Oh, that's right. I know Kieran didn't want it. Just you and Hursk. I had that. I kept watch the night before, and I was the only one. You didn't have any issues, did you, the other night?
No.
Just me and Kieran last night?
He nods. Cool guy nods, of course.
Of course.
I mean, if you think there might be something to it, honestly, with all the doppelganger nonsense and all this, I wouldn't put it past anything. But
Is there a knowledge, religion, arcana, planes, something to piece together who or what, or spellcraft, something like that? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you could roll any of those. And I mean, you would know that, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. Like, there are creatures that have abilities that can cause nightmares. There are haunts that can do that. There are spells that can do that. There's a pretty wide variety of possibilities, honestly.
Yeah. Sure. I'll just roll a knowledge religion since I have it. Haunts, then I learn of at the least.
Yeah, you know that there's a lot of haunts that can do that. Certain undead, depending on the variety of undead, certain undead can sometimes do weird things like this.
But not, yeah, it's really weird for it to happen. Like, undead, it's normally like a triggered effect or a will save you get right away. Haunts would be like stuck to a location terrorizing just it. So it'd be unlikely that it was a haunt.
You don't think it's either of those, but you know that effects similar to this exist in those areas of expertise.
Gideon, so you're pretty open about this, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel a little tired. If you don't mind help walking me to like my room, maybe we can try to detect some magic or something to see if there's something fishy in my bedroom.
Why don't you go ahead and cast Keep Watch on yourself? You might recover sooner and maybe get a proper night's rest later.
Okay.
Okay. So are you looking around his room then?
Yeah, we'll go in. Gideon will cast Detect Magic.
You go in the room, you cast Detect Magic. Would there be anything magical in Jessup's room, do you think?
Maybe knickknacks and stuff.
Okay. You detect any of the things that he knows are there. You don't detect any abnormalities or anything like that.
Jessup kind of sits on the bed and kind of looks around, and I don't see anything out of place here.
Jessup, I don't know if anyone is here, but there's a couple of other detection spells I could use. One of them allows me to see one's true alignment. If you want to leave the room while I do so, that's fine.
Oh, well, whatever. Guess Jessup will get up and leave.
If he
go
wants
sit back
to,
on the couch and drinking some tea.
Yeah, so he'll cast it, look, see if there's any presence of evil or lingering presence of law.
Yeah, so this is detect alignment.
Yeah, functions.
So like detect evil.
Like detect evil.
Okay.
It works like detect evil. I can just pick whatever I want.
Lingering auras.
It has to be pretty powerful.
Oh yeah, it would have to. Yeah. You don't detect any lingering auras. You do not detect the presence of an 11 or higher level cleric or paladin in the room.
And no aligned creature.
You do not detect a 11 hit dice outsider, or a 21 hit dice undead, or a 51 hit dice aligned creature.
Well, yeah, overwhelming. It would last for days, but if it was here now, he could save a.
Yeah, you don't detect anything that's here now. Right. Nothing has been here, presumably within the last couple rounds, minutes, or even
days,
tens of minutes.
Yeah,
days. Yeah, you don't detect
days. He would have felt it. That would have been enough of a. I'm sure.
Unless, if it was something high enough to detect for that long, yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't detect anything of that sort.
Right. Obviously, we're not dealing with some malign power. Yeah, and further investigations, now that he's got permission to snoop, really, he'll go ahead and take 20 for a 37?
Okay. You're looking through the room here, and let me roll a thing. Okay. You are looking through everything in the room, and you're checking out like the bed and the pillows and all that stuff. And you can see what appear to be a couple very, very tiny like rips in the threads of the bed and the pillowcase and whatnot, and you're kind of confused on what this could possibly be. And after looking at it for long enough, it almost looks like some clawed creature was like picking up hairs or something, like picking stuff off of like the sheets or whatnot, and maybe just by nature of being claws, like maybe puncturing a couple holes every time they or it or whatever this is did so.
Jessup, I'm done casting my spells. Why don't you come back in here? I'll need your skills. I think I found something.
Okay, Jessup slowly meanders back in.
It's really nice to have adjustable sleep-deprived people. He'll point out and show what he found, and can you see any more of this, or where it might have gone, or something?
Ooh, I gotta roll it just because it probably pertains to this. My craft quilting. Yeah! I don't know what that does. I just had to roll it.
I'll roll to aid on his survival check when he gets around to it.
So you're looking at the sheets here, and I mean, there's definitely some abnormalities. Like you're seeing the same. Like he points out these weird, like small holes or gashes that you don't recall there ever being anything like that before.
So, with my craft quilting of 15, I don't recognize why that there would be tears or punctures here.
But you do see that the bed is fairly devoid of any like miscellaneous hairs.
I'm curious what the GM would have done if we played bald characters.
I'm sure he would have found some other hair.
Well, I would infer, because so I might be saying a couple things about myself, but my arms and shoulders are rather hairy, so I feel like you can be bald and you could still have some of those remnants.
Yeah, that's was something coming in here with a lint roller?
I don't know. Help me look around the floor, see if you can find any trace of some creature.
I guess, Oh, you did survival? Okay.
That's to aid.
Okay, so I guess Jessup will, because he still has spell slots, he will cast Deadeye Lore on himself. And then he will attempt to roll a survival check.
Okay.
With an aid. So the +2 is not included. 28.
Okay, natural 20 for a total of a 28. Absolutely nothing.
Immaculate.
Other than your own footprints and such, obviously.
Huh. I may be a little pooped out today, but I felt that I did pretty good scouting out my room here, and I don't see anything. So whatever potentially was in here that left some holes in my sheets here and collected my hair, I guess by the sounds of it, left no footprints whatsoever.
Well, thinking now. Don't really have anything to go off of. It's probably a bad idea to sleep.
Maybe. I guess we don't really know the bottom of it. I can still use a keep watch to help us, I guess, kind of get the benefits of a good night's rest without sleeping.
Yes, but Josh the player wants to hear his night terror read to him.
I mean,
if I'm telling you, Hursk and Gideon's were my favorites by far.
Well, if you want to, maybe we can all have us stay at my homestead, like a good old slumber party. And if you maybe want to fall asleep, the rest of us can stay awake and see if you wake up with the same kind of nightmare terror we have. And if so, then we know something's afoot.
Oh, that's true. You keep your eyes open if anything comes into the room. That's not a terrible plan, actually.
I got lots of good ones.
Even in your most sleep-deprived state. You're a wise man, Jessup.
Oh, my wisdom didn't take a hit today.
That's good to know. I'll go fetch the other two then. I do think it's wise if we all stayed here at this homestead, so long as we're not imposing.
Okay. Do you want me to meander with you or stay here by myself so I can maybe be snuck up on and killed?
You can travel along. We'll get your
Okay.
house ready for guests. It's
As
up
long
to
as you don't mind an older man kind of meandering, because I'm a little pooped and my strength took a hit, so.
That's all right. I will be your shield, Jessup. I promised you that at the beginning.
All right, so I guess Jessup and Gideon will go back to town and kind of explain our thoughts.
Okay.
Or
you
I
meet
guess
up with
potentially
the-
we could always, Gideon, go to Kieran, and as long as he's okay having us maybe check his sheets to see if there's punctures or rips.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
If you wanted to. Why'd you leave the kids? Yeah, you wanted to. Here.
Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to go and check that out, you could do so, assuming that Kieran doesn't mind letting people into his room and whatnot.
Is Kieran self-conscious about it?
Anymore, he's cleaned it up so it's back to like what it normally would be.
Rooms are one of those things, you know? It's easy to be self-conscious about your room.
Yeah, he's also removed the broken mirror and disposed of that. So
Okay. So yeah, if you guys look at around his room and whatnot, you don't see any holes in his sheets or anything like that. And you also don't see any tracks or anything in the room.
Weird.
That is weird.
Um,
Wanted to be one and not the other. That's weird.
I will allow Gideon to roll a perception check. It will be a wildly difficult perception check, but I'll allow it.
For story? How about a nat 1?
A nat 1 will do it.
How about a nat,
nat 1
for,
for
will-
story.
for
a
an
nat
18?
1 will do it.
DM throws you a
Absolutely.
bone and you whiff it?
Absolutely.
There's been some
yeah,
really great nat ones on some fairly probably minor / major rolls today.
The
You'll-
worst one is that we don't know the impact of that nat 1. Like, was it really relevant, or was it
Yep.
you notice a little thing run off in the distance and here's a slightly bigger clue? Or is it like, hey, you see something, this is your next plot thread, go follow it? And now
We'll never know.
we'll never know.
Because you had to roll a nat 1. In my head, I was like, it's got to be like a DC 35 or something like that. But
Oh, so it was already pretty high.
it was going to be a hard one.
It was gonna have to be like a 19.
But a
or
nat
18.
1, if
Not gonna do
anything.
it.
So
Can I
yeah,
take
but
20?
you don't see you don't see any signs of anything in Kieran's room. And if you wanted to ask him to come back to the homestead, you can do so. And Hursk will probably be back by the time you.
Jessup
get
will
there.
kind of mention to Kieran, just to make sure, Kieran, if you spent every night in your room?
No, every night. There was the one night when we came back from our long excursion, going to the War Beast camp and the siege crossing and the munitions camp. I stayed with the mayor that night because I had a bit too much to drink. But other than that, I've been trying to stay here. I do better when I have my own room, my own place I can be familiar with.
Jessup will look at Gideon and say, well, that doesn't necessarily rule out that potentially wasn't something that was gathered at the mayor's place.
No, it doesn't rule it out.
Wait a minute. I'm curious now, because the mayor talks about having bad nightmares too, right? And he has to go drink a lot.
Mention it, yeah. Now that you say that.
He did mention it. That's a good catch, Jessup.
Maybe we should go to the mayor's place and snoop around there. I'm sure that will go over rather well.
Well, what time is it?
At this point, it's probably like, well, because it was 3:00 when you met with Kieran, and then you all walked all the way over to Jessup's place, and then you listened to all of his stories. You did the investigation in his house, then you walked back over here. You did the investigation in Kieran's. It's probably pretty late at this point, actually.
He's probably already at the bar at this hour. Not his homestead.
Well, it's not going to be my first time breaking and entering here lately.
Well, we could talk to him too. Maybe get some more details. He does.
What do you guys
trust
think?
us.
I don't think I'm comfortable with breaking and entering into the mayor's place of residence. So probably rule that out.
I also
Okay.
think that's a little extreme. Jessup, we could just talk to the man.
That's true. Let's go. I don't know if I necessarily be the one to help try to ask to help go into his room, but let's see.
So we head to the... What's the name of the pub we keep going to?
That's a good question.
We don't even know. We just know the location.
I don't know if the handout says what the name of the pub
that
is.
makes actually a lot more sense. Jessup talks out loud. I was always wondering why the doppelgangers would decide to take over the 3 kind of consultants and not the mayor himself. It just didn't make sense. Why not just take over the role as the mayor? But if, like you said, Gideon, that there's something afoot, perhaps that they took over as the consultants because not only do they have a silver tongue, but if the mayor himself is similar to like Kieran and I and just completely deprived night in and night out, I can tell you I definitely am not making very sound decisions.
More susceptible. We need to make haste and hurry to the fresh flask. The FF, as the locals call it. The
Okay, so I
fantasy.
guess we rush there.
Yep, so you head over there and...
I already feel like I'm part of the town, Heading down to the FF, after work. Nothing
The old
quite like
FF.
it. The old FF.
Gideon's like
So-
4 drinks in. Hold the line!
Yeah, you make it to the fresh flask, and you see that, as per usual, the mayor is there, now accompanied by his close comrades, Aubryn, and actually not Sirio. Sirio wouldn't want to be near them.
A lot of drinking.
Mostly Aubryn, and they're at the pub if you want to talk to him.
Yeah, is he in the middle of a story? Is he in the center of attention, or sad
No,
day
at this
drinking?
point they've all said their stories, so they're just kind of like talking about what they were doing that day and the progress that they made. Maybe he's asking Aubryn about
They're coming down.
if
from
they
the
were
revelry
scouting
a
out
little
stuff like
bit.
that. Yeah.
Is he like super hammered? Or
No, he seems to be pretty okay this time.
Yeah, he went heavy
He's
last
he's
night.
he's
so.
he's keeping himself in control at the moment. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, who wants to be the one to try to talk to him and convince him we need to check out his crib?
Well, you've talked to him the most, and you are from here. But if you're not up to it, I can try.
Well, I can give it a whirl here if you guys back me up.
Yes, I will.
Good.
Sure, I'll do what I can.
So I guess we approach the mayor and
Hursk?
awkwardly.
He just kind of deadpans to the camera. What about?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is Hursk? Wait, Hursk is with us, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you weren't. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
give you the cold shoulder.
No, it's fine.
But it's funnier that way.
It's funnier that way. Yeah.
He's like, I'm here, guys.
Kieran, is that good with you? And he's like, yeah, that's great. And all 3 of you just turn and walk away.
I thought you were
Sounds
on
great,
my
guys.
team. Sorry.
Sounds great.
I told you Jessup's not in his right
Perfect plan.
I think
mind.
Gideon
Well,
is.
all right.
Yeah,
To
one
be
time
fair,
and
Jessup
it's what I
knows
did.
not to ask Hurst for any type of diplomacy. So,
Right.
Yeah. It has made that fact known for sure.
so I guess we, the 4 of us, approach the mayor.
Okay. Yeah. He looks up at you and he says, and like I said, you can tell that he's pretty much keeping himself under control. He says, "Ah, yes, good to see you. How was the day?"
Oh, we had the ups and downs. How it goes.
It looks like you
Hey.
had a rough time of it.
Yeah, ups and downs. Hey, listen, we kind of have some other ideas for you know how Hursk and I met you a couple of days ago and kind of wrote down a lot of that stuff back and
Right.
forth.
Yeah.
So have some more intel for that, and can't really wait. I know you're a couple of drinks in, and I apologize, but do you think we could all head back to your place? There's some stuff that I really need to kind of divulge to you in a more secure location.
Absolutely. Yes. If it is urgent, then we can head out there. And then he kind of looks to Auburn and the other rangers there. And he says, Apologize. Looks like I have some business. Perhaps we can continue this another time. And they all kind of like raise their glasses or whatnot, bid adieu, and you guys can head back if you so like.
Sweet.
As you're walking there, he might be like, "So, what exactly is going on?"
Are we back at his house or on
Walking
the walk?
there.
He'd be asking as you're walking there, but if you tell him like wait until we get to your house, he's like, fair enough, and then you can get to his mansion there, and
Yeah.
he can let you in.
I guess due to the sensitivity of the nature, I think that it's best to wait if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And you make it to his mansion. He lets you in. You're in the front, and he says, "All right, well, here we are."
Here we are on Fertile Lombardy.
Did you say we just arrived at his mansion, or are we inside?
You're inside now, yeah.
Okay.
You're in.
So, yeah, I know this is going to come across very weird, but Gideon and us need to go and look in a couple of the bedrooms, specifically yours, and maybe one that Kieran had stayed in at one night.
Okay. It's an interesting request. I don't see any issue with it.
So I guess, and another thing is, you know how when we chatted, you kind of made an offhand comment about your nightmares?
Yes, yep.
What kind of nightmares did you have, and how did you feel when you woke up the next day?
Oh, are you
Mechanically
asking about a
fatigued?
specific nightmare, like a specific one? I mean,
maybe.
I've been known to have nightmares off and on. I had them worse when I was back in my adventuring days, but you just mean in general?
Yeah, just maybe recently.
I guess sometimes I have a hard time sleeping. It's usually not too terrible. I think it's mostly just the stress getting to me. A lot of things have been going on for the past, I guess, week at this point. So I think it's just I think I have a tendency to have some bad dreams when I'm stressed. I don't think it's anything of concern medically.
Well, just we just want to make sure that you're up to the task to help run the war here. Kind of looks at Gideon and stuff, and just kind of like nods. Jessup, cool guy, nod. For him to go search some bedrooms.
Another thing, while they run off, I have bad news for you.
All right.
Poor tidings, indeed. And he makes sure that there's no servants lingering about. He makes sure that they're properly alone when he reveals this. Servants.
Kicks his slaves out of the door.
Paid servants, fairly compensated for their wages in the free city of Longshadow.
Yep, you're alone. Doesn't seem to be anybody around.
What are the names of their advisors?
So their advisors were Seneca Voldstadt, there was Garrett Greygallow, and there was Solomon Zane.
Seneca. Can you spell them? Seneca. Something or other.
Seneca.
There you go.
Voldstadt. I mean, they're also in the
Seneca, Garrett,
handouts
Solomon.
as well.
I just think that when you're delivering news of death, you should probably not refer to them as, your 3 advisors. You should probably...
Oh, that's the way Jessup was going to do it.
I just think, concerning your advisors, I assume you haven't seen them today either.
No, they never did show up. I sent messengers to inquire about them, but I guess they messengers couldn't figure out where they were, so I just left a letter.
Come back?
Yes. But yeah.
Well,
is that surprising?
Well, we've learned the fate of Seneca, Garrett, and Solomon.
The fate?
Well, each of them are dead.
His countenance gets a little dark. his countenance gets a little dark, and he kind of looks at you, and he narrows his eyes a little bit. Says, "It is a very serious claim. You have proof of this, I assume?"
Jessup is the one who reports the tale. I just deliver the message. But he found them.
Yeah, I found the bodies. I haven't gone back today to see where they were. Honestly, some crazy things had happened today, and I've been kind of off. But I found the bodies in Seneca's warehouse, and the saboteurs we were talking about. We're pretty confident that your advisors were the doppelgangers who've been going around sabotaging stuff in our efforts within Longshadow. We didn't realize it until on our way back with Nava that we were ambushed by 3 doppelgangers. We dispatched them, and then coincidentally, your advisors have been, kind of MIA. And then, so I went out looking with Nava, and I found their corpses. But we haven't returned back.
Story, all the same. And I'm sorry you did not notice, but it seems that the 3 of them have been dead for some time.
I see. Well, that's a lot to take in all at once. I'll admit the behavior had been a bit strange the past few weeks or so. They seemed to be a little bit more clingy than usual, but I don't know. I guess I didn't think about it all that much. And then after you arrived and told us of the dangers, I figured they were just being overly protective or something. I know that Garrett's daughter had voiced some concern about him, say that he was behaving a bit odd, but I figured that might have just been stress or something with recent developments with his business or something like that.
Gideon rolls a nat 12, or rolls a 12 for a sense motive for anyone listening, so.
Yep.
Nothing there. I know this is
Well,
lots of news.
I kind of had my suspicions, honestly, from when we first met, and I kind of felt like it was odd that they were trying to dismiss us. I just kind of took it as maybe they were just, trying to look out for yours and Longshadow's best interest and far-fetched tales, but as we realized that there was some sabotaging within the city area, and I just had a kind of a feeling that they may be involved, and that's why when we had met, I decided to pass some notes to you regarding the saboteurs, and I didn't want them in the room because I had some suspicions. But I think, unfortunately, it has come to pass, and perhaps we should go and recover the bodies. But knowing that there still can be some crazy stuff going on in Longshadow, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody didn't go and maybe move and reclaim their bodies or something, so that we can't find them, but we can always go look just to kind of verify. But I didn't really feel like walking around with the corpses around the city would probably be the best interest of Longshadow.
Yes, well, what you say does make some degree of sense with several things. Yes, it probably would not be a bad idea to go and see if we could recover their bodies at the very least. If what you say is true, then I would like very much to give them a proper burial.
Gideon, cool guy, nods.
What time of day is it right now?
Like 8:30 to 9 in the evening.
Well, while we have some cover of darkness, do you want to go check it out now, or wait?
I think urgency would probably be wise at this moment, yes.
Well, we can see if we can, do you want to, I'm assuming, go along with us?
Yes, I would very much prefer if I came along to see this for myself.
Gideon, the man needs some protection.
Of course, I'll go along. Let's make sure we check the bed sheets though before we leave.
Sure. And I guess Jessup would just kind of explain to him about the our suspicions with the bed sheets, and that, at least I don't know, Kieran, did you officially tell us that you had a nightmare, or you're just being kind of skittish about it?
Yeah, he hasn't said anything about it.
So Jessup will at least say it, and then I think Gideon just has suspicions, but no actual proofs. But Jessup will be blatant that perhaps the same had happened to Kieran without directly saying that it did.
Right.
But thinking that there's something afoot that is potentially causing us to be worn down, probably another sabotaging technique. But and then Jessup will say to the group, I know that I myself personally probably need some actual good night's rest, but I think maybe until we get to the bottom of this that I think I might cast Keep Watch on myself, because I think Hursk and Gideon, you two are the ones that have been unaffected since yesterday, or at least two off the game, and you two are the ones who stayed up all night. I think Gideon and I had an idea potentially of letting him sleep and seeing if something happens to him, and then we know that there could be something foul going on. What are your
coincidence?
thoughts?
I feel like I might be overcautious, I guess.
No? Hursk, Kieran?
Alright.
Nothing?
Sounds good.
Well, I mean, Hursk didn't understand what you just said. Like, I heard you talking, but didn't pick up on any of it.
Oh, sorry. So basically, Jessup saying that, we kind of thought about it and saw that there was the puncture holes in the sheets. Jessup's hair is gone, so we're thinking that maybe there's some creature or something that is using Jessup's hairs to somehow connect with him that's giving him nightmares. And we're thinking that Jessup's going to cast Keep Watch on himself so he doesn't go to sleep to be affected again the next night because he's already pretty drained. But then maybe if Kieran and Hursk are okay with it, or maybe you two want to sleep, that's fine, but we were going to use at least Jessup and Gideon as a guinea pig, let him actually sleep, see if he's affected tonight, having nightmares or whatever, and then if that's the case, we know that there's something foul going on.
I also wanted to check where Gideon's been sleeping.
Yes.
He's been sleeping in this place anyway, so he was going to check his own bed and see if there was similar markings.
Yeah, so we're just checking the bed sheets in the area to see if there's potentially missing hair or same thing with the bed sheets or whatnot.
Sorry, I was not picking that up. I get it now. Okay. Yes. Hursk is in agreement. That is totally fine.
Kieran?
He doesn't want to go to sleep and get terrible nightmares. That sounds awful.
A story.
Yeah, that's fine. Kieran would also decline the Keep Watch, though. He will probably not fall asleep easily, but he doesn't want to stay up all night. But he's willing to go along with your plan, and I'll convene in the same area for the night at least.
Okay. I mean, we could all stay in the mayor's place, assuming mayor's got, 2 beds for you two or something, and Hursk and Jessup can stay up and just kind of maybe put a chair next to the door.
Oh, I was
If we
just
hear
gonna sit
anything.
and creepily watch.
Shh, you're not supposed to tell them that. You're supposed to stealth in later.
I was gonna say, Hursk just sets up right next to Jessup as he goes to sleep, just staring at him.
Oh, that's so creepy.
He pulls like my 8-year-old where you're sleeping and he taps on your shoulder. Hey, are you sleeping?
Are you sleeping?
Are you sleeping?
Are you asleep? Oh, okay.
Are you awake?
Sorry.
Yeah. Are you awake?
Are you awake?
Okay, so is the plan that you are going to the warehouse right now, or are you doing this whole Keep Watch thing right now, or is that after you get back from the warehouse?
That's after
Okay.
we get back from...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to go to the warehouse first.
So-
Yeah.
Yep, you guys make your way down the streets towards the warehouse, and you're heading out in that direction. It's not terribly far away, but you are heading there, and you get about halfway, and it's dark out, obviously. Most of the people are off the streets. They're back into their houses at this point, given how late it is. And none of you notice
Says who?
as what?
Says who? I don't know.
What is the highest perception check you can possibly get?
37.
Yeah,
If
you don't notice.
39 with aid, Jason.
Oh yeah, take that.
Okay, the DC. Let me look at the DC.
Hursk aid and Kieran aid.
Yeah, we can bump that even higher.
How do you aid on
DC 43.
Sarah, my goggles help me hear better. Stop.
I've got a DC 43 and I've got a DC 45.
Okay, so the 43, that's the one we
I
have
say
to
we
do.
roll it. Let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's just
Yeah,
aid.
everyone
3
needs-
aids to Gideon.
Yeah.
Watch us work. It would be amazing.
Yeah, I get a
Yep.
nat 20. Take that.
Do it, dude. Okay, we got an aid.
So I aided with an 18.
Yep.
Jessup aids with a 26.
Yep. Are you
First
ready
aids
for the
with a
nat
Oh,
16.
dude, if you get a nat 20, I'm gonna die. Oh,
No,
Gideon!
whiffed at the end.
Nope.
You had one job. You had a
We-
5% chance of doing your one job.
And then
We
at the very
all
end,
are pointing out different areas.
Yeah.
at the very end, Jason would say, "I'm sorry, you can't aid on perception."
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, can you guys see your tokens in the black box? The red box.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And does the map look dark?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
it looks
Okay,
nighttimey and spooky.
Okay.
It
You
does.
guys can place yourself however you would like in that box. You were heading in the direction of this well, which is in great disrepair and in need
Is this
of
the well?
fixing.
The
That
well?
is the well.
That's the well.
Wait, why is...
I'm just messing with you.
I was like, wait, how did you
Undead
get him back?
Undead beetle.
We'll have him be right
Undead
there.
beetle. Ah, I want a lich beetle.
Oh my goodness, it's terrifying.
I need
Way cooler.
all of you to roll initiative.
Do you know what stinks?
Rolling
I didn't put
initiative.
mage armor on.
Oh no.
Oopsie.
Thankfully, I did cast my daily, but still.
Okay. Oh, I need to put Tom in here, don't I? I wasn't expecting to put Tom in here. Okay, let's put Tom in there.
Killed the mayor.
Okie dokie. So we have a 19 for Gideon. We have an 11 for Kieran. We have a 15 for Hursk. And we have a 16 for Jessup. Let me sort this and see if we have any. We do. What is Gideon's modifier?
2.
A 2. Okay, so we'll bump you down 1. Okay, so sort. All right. So technically, in the surprise round, let's see what we can do. See what we can do with this. I would like Hursk
Yes.
to roll me a will save.
Oh no.
Classic.
Marvelous.
That's a 9.
Marvelous.
Wait,
So,
is it a spell or spell-like ability?
It is a spell-like ability.
I get +2.
11.
11. Okay.
Yes. DC clearly with 10.
So
Nice try.
It's not Rune Lords.
So you hear a voice coming out from atop one of the nearby roofs. And the voice is speaking in, just make sure that this is the right okay. So the
When-
voice is speaking in common. So as long as
Okay.
you can speak common, this is a language dependent ability. So
Yep.
the voice speaks out in common. It's a low, gravelly voice. It's a very eerie voice, and it calls out to you, and it says, "I suggest you go check on your room one last time, just in case you missed something."
Oh,
And you feel this strong compulsion in your head. It's kind of like when you go to do a task and you do it, but like it didn't even trigger in your head. You're like, did I make sure? Did I check that? And
So
you're
leave the
like,
house,
wait,
forget.
did I check that room well? Did I do a thorough job there? And you feel this urge to go check out your room again.
The room
suggestion.
at Jessup's place.
Yep, it appears to be some sort of suggestion.
Snap.
The other person from the shadows, you see a creature flying down with perfect fly mobility.
Wow, perfect.
The
You can
heck
tell.
is that?
It's like when all those creatures in the like fantasy stories just like hover down majestically without like any wobble in their flight. It's just perfect flies.
Minimal wobble.
No
Yeah.
wobble.
No wobble.
Yep.
Kieran's
This
jealous
person,
of the no
this
wobble.
this creature, which I can blow up a little bit here.
Oh, okay.
This
That is-
creature begins to hover down in your direction. Technically, you wouldn't notice it yet because its stealth was a 43,
And it's gonna be
but this is a
acting as
surprise round, so top of round actual 1. So, round 1 it is the other creature who, having done her suggestion, is going to also begin to fly down, and I will roll another stealth check for her as she does so. Okay, that's a 38, I think, so that should be fine. It would be Gideon's turn, so just so you're aware, you technically don't know of these creatures. Well, actually, no, you heard a voice. You know
Yeah.
you heard this one, the red
Yep.
one. You heard a voice coming from that direction.
Yep. Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn now.
He's gonna cast Divine Weapon, giving the Brilliant Energy property, which I do think costs just 1. Yeah, no, it's a +4 bonus. Just kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brilliant Energy is, like, amazing. There's no way.
I thought I had one that made it get like light though, but I'll do flaming.
Isn't
then.
that just a natural part of the Divine Weapon ability?
Yeah, that might be what it is. I think it casts light.
That's what it does for the Paladin. I don't know if
Right,
it does
let me
that
check
differently
it out.
for the Omdura. But I know a Paladin, when they use the ability, one of the just natural byproducts is that it bursts out into light
Let me check.
as per the light spell.
Yes, the light sheds light as a torch. That's all I meant to do.
Okay.
So it gives me a flaming light torch comes out, giving me 20 feet that I can see.
Okay. Yep. So 20 feet normal light and then 20 feet dim light beyond that. So you can see these two creatures hovering down towards you now.
I think he has the foresight for this. He's going to go ahead and spend a move action to start an invocation of where is it? Not of purify. I think he knows well enough that we want our saves to be as high as possible.
Okay.
Projected from the battle taint of our foes, gaining a +1 sacred bonus. This bonus increases by 1 for every 5 levels. So a +2 sacred bonus against all saving throws you guys have. And then
Okay.
he will 5-foot step to confront the creature.
All right. And that is your turn?
Mhm.
Wait, did you 5-foot step toward the one you didn't know was there?
He now knows it's there because
Yeah,
he
he'd
has
be able to
light.
see it because it's now
okay.
in the light. So, okay. That will bring us to that creature. The creature is going to 5-foot fly down to be in base contact with both of you. And it is going to full attack
Gideon,
Kieran.
but Gideon.
Because Kieran is flat-footed and he cares a lot about she cares a lot about being flat-footed. This might hurt a lot.
Probably.
First attack. That's only a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, this is going to hurt a lot.
Mm.
So you take 9 plus 13 points of damage.
Okay.
Second attack. That's only an 11.
That misses.
Okay. Third attack with the offhand dagger. It's this creature has 2 punching daggers that it is attacking you with. So with the offhand dagger, that is a 24 to hit.
Yes.
So you will take 17 points of damage.
Okay.
So not as bad as it could have been. And that will be that creature's turn. It is then Jessup's turn.
Jessup will use his nat 20 for the day to do a knowledge check against whatever the heck these thingies are.
Okay, go ahead and roll a knowledge local. And
Jessup. Sorry, go ahead.
give me a knowledge planes as well.
Which one would you want me to put the 20 on? The local?
Whoops. That was the wrong tab that I got out of. So the knowledge local is for these creatures. Their creature type falls under local. The planes is the thing that makes them unique.
Okay. So for local, that's going to be a 31.
Okay.
And then I will just roll planes.
Okay.
Which is a 17.
Okay. So you know that these creatures are known as bugbears, which, in case you, the players, have forgotten, is the same creature that Scarvinius was.
Yeah, I'm just not putting that
Is that from
together
book one?
Yeah.
Okay, so as a player, I don't know what those are then.
You don't know what bugbears are?
I don't remember if we fought them or not. Well, let's
You
pretend.
fought one in Rune Lords.
Oh wait, yeah, I 100% know. But for our audience listening that doesn't know, let's explain it to them.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you also know that these are not regular.
I was gonna say, there's no way that
bugbears.
because they're casting spells, and I'm assuming they cast a spell, or they've got some other weird ability.
So, yeah. So I'll read about bugbears a little bit here. So this ugly creature resembles a twisted shadow puppet's silhouette, a wild thing of flared black and brown fur whose pelt juts out from its body at freakish angles. The crouching shadow's ears are large and floppy, draping shoulder length, adding to the creature's unnatural shape. Its eyes are too big for its head. Tremendous milk-white ovals loom on either side of the thing's wheezy pig-like nose. Its panting mouth is filled with bristly needle teeth, spider-webbed in disgusting strands of yellowish saliva, all vibrating to the tune of its wheezing breath. So you know that bugbears are the largest of the goblinoid races. They're lumbering brutes that stand at least a head taller than most humans. They're also particularly stealthy in nature. And yeah, you can learn pretty much anything you'd want about bugbears, but there's not a whole lot going on because they're not too much different than other like playable races like hobgoblins or humans. What you notice with your planes, and you don't get a whole lot more than just recognizing this, but the coloration of their skin, the designs on them, the various, and you're kind of seeing them triggers back your dream a little bit. You think that these are nightmare creatures. So functionally, these are bugbears with the nightmare creature template added onto them. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that has with it, but you're not certain of the specifics. But you know that they are nightmare creatures.
Okay. Jessup will, I guess, relay that information. The special bugbears. The feet have legs. And then I will. He will move action, start a performance. So he will start the typical inspire courage.
Okay.
And
classic.
Yep. We have my buff here. And then he will. Let's see. As a standard action,
There we go.
as a standard action, he's going to cast displacement on
Link
himself,
established. Mic on.
Okay.
and then 5-foot step in.
Okay. That brings us to Hursk.
Ease.
So yeah, you have this strong compulsion to make sure that you were really thorough with that search before. So that can manifest as you think it would manifest for Hursk.
Hursk probably like has a deep scowl on his face, and he's like, I know it's probably not the appropriate time, but I have to go check that room one more time. I think we missed something. And I guess he would begin to walk towards Jessup's house. I don't know where that is.
Hursk, I think these are the creatures we're looking for. He shouts across.
I like to think that Hursk sees the creatures and he's like, oh wait, these might be the ones we're looking for. I gotta check the room to make sure that.
I just have to, Gideon. I have to be certain. We don't want to leave no sheet unturned.
Oh, by the gods, he's affected by magics. Jessup, can you do something?
He shouts out as he continues to fight.
And I guess I'll use one movement's worth to go in a direction that
you don't feel like it's like the suggestion wasn't run back or anything, so you can be like, I need to head back and just like begin walking the other direction. That's fine. So yeah, you can just kind of like move a little bit north.
Yeah, there you go.
That brings us to Kieran.
All right, Kieran is going to 5-foot step back and cast mirror image on himself.
Okay.
So that'll be
My mic got, or my
5 images.
Did Kieran take damage?
Yes.
A lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Like he
So
got
much
burst
damage.
down, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Like
he's
what?
basically dead.
Okay.
Yeah, he's bleeding out.
Yeah. He's only got like 2 rounds left.
Yeah, he's on the verge of death. He's
He
seeing
has
his
the
life
diehard
flash before his
feat.
eyes.
That's why he's still awake.
Yeah,
Ah.
exactly. He's actually a disguised half-orc, so he has ferocity.
Ah, there you go.
That would be a
Oh,
plot
yeah.
twist.
Yeah.
Okay. So
That
you
would be a
5-foot step,
plot
you
twist.
cast that.
Yeah, yep, that's my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Mayor Tom. You see him kind of like grasp at his back a little bit, and then he curses. He's like, oh, I should have brought my halberd. And then he kind of moves in this direction because he is unarmed and not sure how to benefit this combat at the moment.
Kieran pulls the long box out of his haversack. Oh, Mayor, we meant to give this to you.
That brings us to the top of round 2. As a free action, which I forgot to do last round, I need everybody to roll me a will save.
Just do it again. Make us roll 2. Who cares?
You'll have to roll another one on the other person's turn, but
Nice.
this is bad.
And
Oh,
what do we
dear.
get? Gideon, we get a +2, I think.
Yeah, you have a +2.
That is my +2.
And I don't have it programmed, Jace. It's a 15 if this is a charm or compulsion.
This
Mine's just a natural 3 for a
is
12.
it is not a charm. I don't believe it is a compulsion. It is a fear effect.
I think that's compulsion. I think
Is it
we're-
spell or spell-like?
I'm gonna check it up.
No.
Oh, never mind, I'm good.
You got a mission. You're on a
No.
mission.
Dude, you're
Nothing's gonna
gone.
stop you from your mission.
Fear is its
Stop
own
me.
category, Jace. Fear, emotion, mind affecting, compulsion,
Yeah.
and charm are all different.
So this is an aura of fear,
Oh.
which, let me just take a look at these saving throws again. Ooh, that's not great. So we have a 13 from Gideon, a 12 from Kieran.
15. Well, no,
Uh,
not 15. We just decided.
Yeah. A 23 from Jessup, a 27 from Hursk, and Mayor Tom rolled a natural 1.
Nice.
Oh boy.
So,
Man, Tom to ground.
this is not by the rules, but I like to think that the fear aura would probably break Hursk's suggestion. But would also, because actually he didn't fail, so actually he's not even affected by it. So,
Way to pass, Hursk.
Yeah, right.
Well done, Hursk.
so
I'm sorry.
Gideon, Kieran, and Tom, you guys are panicked.
Oh crap.
I almost swore. Dang it! I wanted shaken. I could help. Panicked is bad. We just-
Jessup and Hursk, you are both shaken. So even if you succeed, you're still affected by it, actually. So
Oh.
I could see an argument for Hursk being broken out of
Yeah.
the suggestion because this is kind of like a
Right.
malicious effect that's kind of attacked him.
I could see both
Um,
sides though too, so I think it's definitely DM.
I think
territory.
we should do it.
I think it's fair to say that this, like, the suggestion, I think ceases to be reasonable under the circumstances of his current
Terrifying.
circumstances. But yes, so Hursk and Jessup are shaken.
Shaken.
The others of you are panicked.
Panicked means
Cool.
for anyone who doesn't know, panic means we have to run away, right?
Yeah, let's look up panicked real quick because that's going to be a fun one for you guys to
I've got it.
read about. Oh,
Go ahead,
you
read
can
it
go
off
ahead
for
and
the
read it if
crowd,
you want.
Sarah.
A panicked creature must drop anything it holds and flee at top speed from the source of its fear, as well as any other dangers it encounters along a random path. It can't take any other actions. In addition, the creature takes a -2 penalty on all saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. If cornered, a panicked creature cowers and does not attack, typically using the total defense action in combat. A panicked creature can use special abilities, including spells, to flee. Indeed, the creature must use such means if they are the only way to escape.
Kieran is bamfing out of here.
Yeah.
Yep, that means
Okay.
Dimension Door.
Well, he doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, it
It's
does.
not the
Kieran's
only
doing-
way to escape.
Sarah's
but
like, what's the way that's going to be
can.
most inconvenient for my team? Bamf.
Well, no, doesn't
Um,
it say if these means are available, you have to use them first, basically?
if they're the only means.
Oh.
So, like, it's not the only means. That might be the first thing that his mind jumps to, but I'm just saying,
I would
like,
say
he's
it's the
not.
best means.
He's not mandated to do that. So,
Yeah.
that was a free action. That will then bring us to the creature who's going to fly over and, 5-foot step into base contact. And then this one's actually going to spend a move action to study you. And then is going to make one attack against Jessup. So this is going to be a natural 20. To confirm, 23?
Yep.
Okay.
But can you roll your 50% mischance, please?
I'd rather not.
I prefer you did.
I'll roll it in the chat.
Does it have to be a higher or lower? I can't remember.
It's
So-
high misses, low
I
hit.
miss
So
this
we want.
level.
So I want to see 51 to 100.
Yep. You
I-
want
200.
Think that's backwards?
no.
Because if you have
Yeah,
a
'cause-
20% mischance, 1 to 20 is a miss, right?
No, 1 to 20 is a hit. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry,
Yeah,
I had it
yeah.
backwards. I always get it backwards.
So you want it to be a 1 to 50.
to be low.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if I roll a 51 or higher, then I hit.
Okay.
So 2.
Oh my goodness.
The critical hit hits your image.
Joke's
You're
on you. It has true
displaced.
seeing.
No, unfortunately not. It is not one of the many things that it has.
Shame.
Unfortunate.
I'm so glad I
Gideon.
cast that spell.
It is your turn. You are panicked, specifically by this creature.
Okay. So that means specifically he moves.
Run, dive in the well, dude. Do
That
it.
way.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, maybe he moves further this way, like straight 40 feet towards the furthest spot.
Okay. Okay. That will bring us to the other creature. The other creature is a free action. I need everybody within 60 feet to roll me a will save.
Oh, Lord.
Those of you who already failed, I don't think this was going to stack, so I only need it from Jessup and
Does
Hursk.
it assume, by the way, that I withdraw, or does Blue get an attack?
I don't know, but the text of panicked is like you're running away, usually by the safest means possible, correct? Like if you have a spell that's safer than running, you use the spell generally.
It can't be. Yeah.
So I could see a withdraw. That doesn't
Okay.
bother me too
You
much.
drop everything and flee at top speed. That's it. That's all it says. Along
Yeah.
a random path. Oh, that's the part I remember.
Well, it has to be away from your dude though, so you kind of only have one direction.
Right. These
Choose.
different alleys aren't going to matter. It's going to
Yeah,
be
now you have multiple.
now does he go down
Yeah.
here? Does he go here? And that's
Yep,
the only thing that
so.
matters.
Okay. Hursk and Jessup, you have succeeded again. So you're still shaken.
It's a 21 for Hursk and 23 for Jessup.
Yeah. Neither of you are panicked. The creature is then going to step up and do a full attack against Kieran.
This is bad.
So
Uh-oh.
natural 20.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
That's 2 natural 20s you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Natural 13 to confirm, but I have to roll a d6.
Yes.
We're at this point.
So 1d6. A 1 hits you.
And the roll is a
3.
3.
Second attack. That is a 19.
Yes.
Okay, so and now roll a d5. A 1 hits you. 3. There's another image. And last attack. That is an 18.
Yes.
Rolling a d4. A 1 hits you. 4. So another image goes away. That brings us to Jessup.
I don't think there's anything. Well, Jessup will drop performance first. I
Okay.
don't think there's anything that I can do to help these panicked yahoos. Jessup will.
Also, not that it matters now, but with the Inspire Courage, we would have all gotten a morale bonus on fear or saves against fear effects.
Did he start
Yes.
an Inspire Courage?
Yes.
My headset cut out partway through, so I missed some things. I don't think.
Yeah, I had Inspire Courage up.
I don't believe that it makes any difference at this particular moment.
You two were both pretty low rolls, but
Yeah, 13, too high, so not gonna help it.
Actually, it would be a +2 at the year level, but yeah, still.
So Jessup will 5 foot. Well, no, I don't want to do that.
Does
Do
it give you it to saves Inspire Courage?
It
Morale
specifically
effects
says
against fear.
an affected ally receives a +1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm and fear effects.
That's what it is. So it's too higher for fear. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
The saves have already been
Jessup
succeeded.
will. He's actually going to. He will 5 foot step. Down here, and he will total defense and not sure what's going on. Basically, just kind of shout it to the gang. All right, guys, we gotta take them out one at a time.
All right. After Jessup, we have Hursk, who you are shaken, which shakes you out of your suggestion. What would you like to do?
Pull out my bow.
Okay, move
Classic.
action to draw the bow.
Yes. And take a shot.
Classic again. You know, Hursk is always doing that. Always taking
Take
a shot.
A shot.
Do you have Inspire Courage on?
I do.
Okay.
And can I rapid shot or no?
No, you
'Cause
only
I
have
have to
one
draw my
shot
bow.
currently. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. And what is your alignment?
Chaotic Bugbear.
Neutral good. Yeah, chaotic bugbear.
Okay, just curious. For a friend.
Neutral good.
Just asking for a friend.
Pew!
Okay, so the first attack, the one
don't
that you
count
make
the rapid
there.
shot. Yeah, don't count the rapid.
Well, you would
shot.
have had the rapid shot buff in though for a minus to your
No,
first attack.
No, it's just a checkbox under the weapon.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So what's the total to hit?
It's right. I didn't have rapid shot
okay.
turned on. It just
Okay,
I didn't
okay.
uncheck the additional attack.
Okay. So a 25, you fire off this arrow at the creature, and it seems to deflect off of some sort of unseen barrier.
Protection from good. Look at me.
Psh, you don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
I was asking for a friend.
Yeah, what friend?
What friend wanted to know what my dwarf on Pathfinder his
just my-
alignment was?
Just my GM friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, name one. Does Sarah want to know?
You don't know.
All right.
Okay.
That's my
So
turn.
you are not able to strike the creature. That brings
Okay.
us to Kieran.
Okay, Kieran will 5 foot step back, and then he's gonna cast Dimension Door.
How dare you?
Ha!
Where's he going?
Ha!
I don't know. Probably back the way that we came.
Okay, how far are you
Goes
going?
to the mansion.
I mean, maximum range, obviously.
Yeah, the full distance.
Yeah, right. I mean, at least to get out of eyesight. To get out of sight of these creatures, I don't know.
So right around the
Just
building?
right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, so around the
Oh,
building?
no, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
20
Actually,
feet
over
away.
here.
Ah, perfect. Well, hey, no, that's arguably better.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
I don't
be able
know.
to see 'em.
I could
Yeah.
bamf over to this building just to keep it easy and stay on the map.
You don't have to worry about staying on the map. I just want to know a rough distance
Oh, I mean, Sarah's not good at
in feet.
distances.
Like 50 feet away, 100 feet away, 200 feet away.
Let's just say that this is where he goes, just behind a building.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever the
Yeah.
distance of the spell was, Jason.
Yeah, 70 feet. Yeah.
So you go over there. As soon as you bamf back into existence in this alleyway, you do not. It is extraordinarily vague how this ability works, but the way I'm going to play it is you no longer feel panicked.
Oh.
As
Oh.
soon as you're free of the source.
Yeah, and the way that I was playing that in my head is that, like, this creature starts to float down to him, and he, like, blinks, and the image of his nightmare hits his head, comes into his head, but instead of his father, like, holding him with the knife, it's this creature, and I think that, like, shocks him, and he just, like, blips out to regain his composure.
Okay. Mayor Tom is just going to run.
Let's go to the
Oh,
well.
wait.
He is.
He's going to run over in this direction. And... Okay, yeah. Okay. Brings us to the top of round 3. We have this guy. Girl. This one. She is going to 5-foot step there.
I could guess this.
And full attack, because she's already studied you. So
Luck on
first
your
attack
displacement.
is a 27.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just do all the attacks. Second attack is a 15.
Nope.
Third attack is another 27.
Yep.
So these are 50% miss chances. I want to, 1 to 50 misses. So
I won.
so that's 1 hit
He quantifies. It's not us versus
and 1
them.
miss. Oh, actually, no, both hit. Yeah, because they're both above 50, so both
Yeah.
hit.
I'm fine with you saying 1 misses, but
It's not what
So you
I
take
want.
on the first attack you take 7 points of damage. The second attack you take another 7 points of damage. I just noticed that their crit range is ×3. I really wish I had crit on those other attacks.
I'm sure you did.
That brings us to Gideon. You are
want to
panicked.
roll a D2, I assume.
Sure.
It says determined randomly. I don't
Yeah.
see. I don't think he'd go that way since it's kind of closer to the creature. So I think these two are his paths.
Sure.
So we'll do 1 is horizontal and 2 is vertical.
Okay. Two is vertical.
So it rounds this corner. I'm assuming this is a tree, but he can just kind of do one of.
Yeah, so you can do like a 5, 10. So you get to this square right here, and you are no longer panicked.
So 1 move action. So I have a move
Yes.
action left. And shaking it off and full of sound and fury, he goes back to where he was.
The moment you move back into that area, you are panicked.
Good God.
So again, this ability is extraordinarily vague. The way that I am reading it, the effect lasts for a number of rounds, but it has a range. So the way I am reading it, once you're out of the range, you're free of the effect. But as soon as you re-enter the range, if the duration is still there, you gain the effect again.
Are you sure it's not a range of targets you can affect with it?
It is a foot range. It's an aura.
Right. Targets within, like, haste, basically.
Yeah, and you have returned to being within the range of the aura.
Oh, it's an aura?
Yeah, it's an aura of fear. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
So, you get out of the area, you feel yourself calming down, and you turn to go back. And as soon as you get within a certain distance of this creature, you begin to panic again. However, I should also wonder, you have the light. There's probably no other light here, correct?
Correct.
So you guys can't actually... Jessup's in the dark, more or less. So I'll actually put the aura on Gideon so that we can see where the aura is, but everybody else would be... So yeah, you can still see the one, so yeah.
Yeah, we
Jessup
can't see the aura, but yeah.
Oh, you can't?
Well, no, because we can't control
Only-
his token.
Yeah,
Only
I
Gideon
guess.
can.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
I can look
weird.
at the stream.
So it's basically like instead of targeting while you're within the aura, you have to make a save. So it works like Entangle, but for fear, basically. That would make
Yeah,
sense.
and again, the effect is, in my opinion, very poorly worded. If I can find fear right here, I can read it. So it just says fear, right? So a fear aura. The use of this ability is a free action.
Okay.
The aura can freeze an opponent, as in the case of Mummy's Despair, or function like the fear spell. Other effects are possible. A fear aura is an area effect.
That's what it
The-
yeah.
Yeah. So, and
Yep.
the fear spell says you're panicked if you fail, or you're shaken if you don't, and it lasts for 1 round per level.
Gives
So the
the
way I'm
size and kind of the area.
Yes, the way that I'm seeing it is it's an aura emanating from the creature for a number of rounds. So as long as you're within the aura and have failed your save, you're under its effects.
Well, the fear spell is normally a burst.
yeah, but it functions like the fear spell in the effect of causing panic or shaken.
Right.
But it is different in that it is an aura that lasts for a certain number of
Yes,
rounds.
and the descriptive text gives the size and kind of the area. So then from that fear spell, you assume the whatever. I'm assuming that's on the bestiary notes that you have that have the. That's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
It's not the best worded, but I think you're playing it correctly.
yeah. So that is Gideon's turn. Brings us to the other creature. The other creature is going to move up and take 1 attack against Jessup. Natural 18 will hit. Get a roll of 50% miss chance. Again, 1 to 50 is a miss. 61, that will hit. You will take 9 total points of damage, because this one has not studied you. And that is its turn, which brings us to Jessup.
Guys!
You're in a bit of a pickle there, Jessup.
What do you mean?
Oh, you know. You're in the dark, surrounded.
Yep.
What would you like to do to save yourself?
Not die, probably, but we'll see. Jessup will... I don't really know what I could do. He will... try to bolster his allies, so he'll just 5-foot step, total defense still, lingering for 1 more turn, and he will kind of shout out, "All right, guys, I need your help here. It's 2-on-1. I can't see." That's a turn. And I
Okay.
will just slowly die.
That brings us to Hursk. Hursk has dark vision, so he doesn't care.
Hurska, durska, durska.
Shoot
And he's now in a
him!
position to attempt a full attack if he so wished.
I guess I'll try, but like, ugh.
Ugh.
I have to do
Can I-
all the work myself, he says.
Can I see blue? Is blue okay? Do I need to 5-foot
you can
step?
you can see blue. You're within point blank shot.
Okay.
Full line of sight, everything.
Yep, from the one corner, he's fine. You can 5-step if you want, but you don't have to.
Nah, I'm good. Oh, I forgot to turn on rapid shot.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. You love to see it. Making that a 21 then, technically.
Okay. First attack is a 19, which will not strike your target. The second attack is a natural 19. Did you have the spell that made that a crit cast?
No, why is it set to that? That's
Because
weird.
it shouldn't be a crit
Yeah.
because it's a 19.
We probably
Oh.
just didn't change it.
Yeah. So it's set now to 20.
Okay.
So there you go. So no crit.
The
Why is-
23 will miss.
Why is his attack so low?
Huh? I had deadly aim on.
Because he doesn't have, like,
Yeah,
destruction, and he doesn't
Yeah.
have heroism, and
Yep.
I'm not super buffed. I have Inspire Courage, and that's about it.
yeah, but even with Inspired Courage, shouldn't your second attack be at a higher BAB than mine?
Yeah, I thought you're.
No, because
No,
rapid
'cause
shot is a
deadly aim
-2,
and
deadly aim is a
yeah.
-2, so he's taking
Oh,
like a
okay.
-4.
I see.
Does the 26 hit
The 26 will precisely strike your target.
Wow.
for some damage?
And what is this damage type?
Piercing?
Just
Piercing?
Piercing? Nothing else fancy
Yeah.
going on? Okay.
And he's good aligned still.
Yeah, but his weapons don't strike as good, so that doesn't.
I know, but you had asked earlier because I'm assuming
Yep.
it has protection against good, so.
So you do hit it and deal some damage.
Very little damage.
It seems like it's a pretty substantial amount of damage.
Oh, okay.
It's just not as substantial as it could have been.
Ah.
Kieran, it is your turn. You're no longer panicked.
Okay. Kieran is going to cast Fly on himself,
Okay.
and he will fly.
Away. Running
So
away.
that gives him what, a 60-foot fly speed?
60-foot fly speed. You ascend at half speed.
Yeah, he'll fly 30 feet up. I don't know if that gets him over the building or not. He wants to get a vantage point to see.
Yep, this building's only like 20, 25 feet high, so.
Okay.
Well, it's you just to the top of the building. I don't know if you necessarily have the angle or not.
Well, that's fine. That's all I can do for this turn, so
Okay.
that'll be what my turn is.
Okay. And is your fly skill good enough at this point that you don't really have to bother with any checks?
Well, I don't know because I'm taking a hit, so 24 to fly.
I'm pretty sure that's fine.
That should be fine.
Oh, I didn't even add my fly spell, so.
Okay. Mayor Tom continues to run, and then he gets out of the aura. Actually, technically, as soon as he's out of sight, I think the way fear effects work is once you're out of line of sight, you also break it. But he realizes that he can't really do anything because he's unarmed, so he's just going to stay there. I don't believe he has any... Yeah, he's just got fighter levels, so he doesn't got any sort of inspirations that he can yell out, so that is going to be it for him. Top of round 4, we have the red one here, who is going to, I guess, keep attacking. It's not flanking now,
But he could delay. At least the other one's going to want to get a full round attack, though, probably.
Yeah, so it's going to... Yeah, it's just going to do a full attack, I guess. So first attack is a 16, which I don't think is going to hit.
Nope.
Natural 1 was on the iterative, which was not going to probably hit anyways. And the third attack is an 18.
Nope.
Okay, total defense.
Yep.
That brings
it
us-
wouldn't have beat it anyway. I'm nat 19.
Yeah, they don't have. Actually, those should have been higher because of studied target, but it's done.
How much
Gideon,
higher?
2 higher.
Wouldn't
But
matter. I have a
It would
25
have
AC.
mattered if you hadn't been total defensing, but yeah,
Yes.
you're right. So Gideon, it is your turn. You are panicked again because you're within range.
And I already failed the save, so he doesn't get another one, so he just starts.
I believe so, yeah. So you begin to run back again, but as soon as you get within 60 outside of 60 feet, so like either of these squares over here, it wears off. So it would be another move action to get back out of range, and then you would have a rest of your turn. At this point, you probably understand how things are working.
Yeah. Stow your fear, Gideon. Curses. And he begins thinking of things he can do. He can remove shaken. He can't remove fear. He can't. That's not gonna do anything for him. Actually, maybe it will.
Do you have the remove fear spell?
I don't have a remove fear spell. Blindness, deafness. I have some remove spells. Not a scroll of remove fear.
You have any ranged attacks?
No range. Some ranged attacks, yes. But I'm also thinking, protection from evil gives you a save on mind controlling effects. Does that include? Here we
It's
are.
charms and compulsions.
Charms, compulsions. Nothing about fear. Including if anyone's allowed to begin with against any spells or effects that possess or exercise mental control of the creature, including enchantment and charm compulsion effects. Yeah, we'll just pull out a javelin, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. All right. That brings us to blue creature, who is going to actually move in the direction of Hursk.
Hi.
And is going to make one attack against Hursk.
Hey.
That is a 19 to hit.
No.
Okay. That is its
Hursk
turn.
is so bored with that, he's just like, no.
That brings
No.
us to Jessup.
How dare you?
Jessup.
I think we've run into this before, by the way, Jace. Does protection from evil work against fear effects? I'll copy the spell for you. You can look at it between rounds.
Jessup will 5 foot step back. He will start Inspire Courage back up for you, Hursk.
Ooh.
And then he will... Still total defense.
Okay.
Do I want to do that?
Yes.
Sorry, looking at my spells here. You know what? I will step back. Let's be stupid. Let's do it. Good hope for Hursk and I.
Ooh.
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 So
Ooh. Yeah, so I will bring one thing up.
okay.
You are in darkness,
Okay.
and you don't have dark vision?
Nope.
So technically you wouldn't be able to target Hursk, because you can't actually see him.
Could I technically target myself and just hope everybody's within 30 feet metagaming?
Oh, you can target yourself, yeah. I was just reading the range, and then it said one living creature.
No, two
Of which may be more than 30 feet away. I don't think it's a burst. I think you target everybody.
Yeah, you
Okay.
still have to target, yeah.
Then I guess I won't do that.
It's like haste.
I guess, yeah, just total defense. I'm not sure what to do.
Okay. That brings us to Hursk. Also, Hursk, you see some of the wounds that creature took seem to be healing over.
Nice, fast healing too. These guys are sweet.
Cool. 5 foot step back. We're
Okay.
gonna turn off deadly aim because that one really hurts.
I think it hurts.
What are you posting, Josh?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We've run into this before. I'm just typing it so that in the future we have, for posterity's sake.
Okay. So we have a 29 to hit, we have a 15 to hit, and we have a 21 to hit. The 29 will hit,
Cool.
dealing some damage there. All right.
That's my turn.
That is Hursk's turn. Kieran, it is your turn. You're pretty much at the top of the building.
All right, Kieran's gonna fly forward. I don't know where I hit the radius. Which one feared me?
You were feared by red.
Okay. So how far do I go before I start to feel scared?
So the radius is 60 feet, and I think your dark vision is 60 feet, so...
I don't have dark vision.
Oh, right, you use the spell, right. So technically, I think by the rules of how fear works in the appendices of the core rulebook, you're not afraid of it if you can't see it, correct? Is
Sure.
that how the appendices work? The appendices work?
The appendices.
Don't know. Been a long time.
Because it's in the...
He's
yeah.
gonna basically fly and stand on this chimney, and he will cast dancing lights in the area where he hears noises. So, like in
Okay.
this vicinity, like in this opening, and they all spread out in like 10-foot radius area, and will make the area light.
Okay.
So
So
now
you
just
cast
you can
it-
see the horror that's in front of you.
Yeah, there is now light here. I'm just going to take the auras off of Gideon here, because for all intents and purposes, the area is brightly lit now.
Yeah, and that's my turn.
Okay. That is your turn. Okay. That brings us to Tom, who's not going to do anything because he can't really do anything. Brings us to Red, who is going to step up and do a full attack against the creature that it can see. That is a 26.
Yep.
The second attack is a natural 20. To confirm, natural 19. And then the third attack is another 26. So all of
Nice.
these have a 50% miss chance. Again, if I roll a 1 to a 50, I miss. So the first attack that hit, 63, it hits. The critical, 49, misses.
Oh my gosh.
The third attack, 32, misses. So
Displacement's clutch.
you only take 8 points of damage from the one attack. And that brings us to Gideon.
So he saw that Blue ran away. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull this off, but I'm gonna try. Do I have line of effect on Jessup in this square?
Yeah, I think so. Line of effect, yeah.
I'm gonna
Because from that corner, you
I'm
can.
gonna 5-foot step. Am I close enough to be affected by the aura?
I don't think so, because you are 70 feet away. So no, you're fine.
I am at max range to cast Shield Other on him.
Ew. Because it's 25 feet per plus 5 feet per 2 level. You're 9 levels, so that's another 20 feet, so 45
Oh, just kidding.
feet.
For 2 levels, not per level.
Your math was wrong.
My math was wrong, so that's not going to work. So I will just...
Fortunately not.
Fortunately not. That would have been a good idea, though.
Would have been, yes.
That would have been good. Second wind, prayer, summon monster, divine blessing. I don't have anything, so I'll just throw something at him.
Okay.
And try to hit him. Into melee, there's nothing. It's not gonna work, but I'll give it a shot. Nat 20's
Natural 20 always hit.
Yep.
Yeah. Roll the attack. A 20 will not strike your targets. Valiant effort.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna keep pouring over my character sheet for options.
Okay. That brings us to Blue, who is going to step into the flank now that it is open and make 3 attacks. This one has not studied you, so I will not be adding that bonus. But the flanking is practically the same thing, but a natural 4 will miss regardless. The iterative 20. Wait, this is with flank. 25 with the flank.
That's exactly.
Okay. And then the offhand attack is a 24 with the flank. Yeah, 24 with the flank.
Just miss.
Okay. So again, displacement. An 81 will hit. So they are getting their sneak attack because they're flanking. That was some rubbish sneak attack. You will take 11 points of damage. That brings us back to Jessup. Oh yeah, and that blue healed a little bit.
Jessup will drop performance. And I don't know. Go 5 foot step this way in total defense and just leave it.
Okay. I will increase the map size slightly. And then move everybody. Well, I'll do that after the session so that I don't mess everything up here. All right. Jessup moves a little bit, continues his total defense. Hursk, it is your turn again. Blue keeps healing.
I think we all know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shoot at Blue.
Yeah. Shoot him.
Okay. You can try.
Ugh.
Unfortunately, all 3 of those attacks will miss your target.
Boo. I think I need to try some magic.
That brings us to Kieran.
Kieran will
Comes in with
magic
his,
missile the blue one.
Okay.
So that's 15 force damage.
Yeah, let me just make sure that nothing does anything about that. Because there's a lot of stuff going on over here. I don't think anything does. Okay, I think we're good. 15 points of damage. Okay. All right.
That's my
15
turn,
points of
'cause
damage.
I can't
Not
get any
bad.
closer.
Yeah,
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Tom will just give up. Top of round 6, it is the creatures. But I think we're coming up at 10:30 here.
Mm-hmm.
I think we will continue the fight next time, but just as a little bit of a forewarning, he's gonna 5 foot step to prepare for the flank, and then he's gonna do a full attack. So get ready for that next time.
And Blue will also get the flanking, so it'll be double full attacks.
Yeah. So something to look forward to next time.
Wait,
What?
he can't full attack.
Yeah, he can. He 5 foot stepped.
Yeah, but he's readying an action?
No, he's full attacking right now. He's
Oh, I see.
the other guy
So
will get a
he's
full attack.
The other
so
guy
he's
will
not
get-
going to get flanking.
This
Okay.
guy will just get a full attack without sneak attack.
Okay,
Correct.
gotcha.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But,
All right.
yeah. anyways, anybody who listened along, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Remember, you can always check us out on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, plus everywhere else you find podcasts. Do listen in. Till then, lead a good life.
Oh boy.
We got that.